Okay. Okay, greeting from the National University of Kaohsiung. I'm one of the organizers of this international webinar. My name is Xinhao Wu. I'm the Dean of Office of International Affairs of National University of Kaohsiung. And I'm also the Director of International Relations Research Center of School of Law of NUK. I appreciate for your attendance and good morning, good afternoon, because of the time differences. We are proudly invite speakers and moderators from Singapore, from United States, from Australia, from Japan, and from Philippines, and Taiwan, and Korea. I certainly am grateful for your participation and support, and your attendances to the opening ceremony for this international webinars is highly appreciated. Okay, first of all, I would like to introduce our guests for the opening ceremony. We have Professor Fu Shengxue. He's the president of National Zhongxin University, one of our co-hosts of this international affairs. Hi, President.
Good morning.
President,
good afternoon.
Yeah, President Xue. Yeah, thank you very much for coming. And also we have our Professor Yue Duanchen. He's also the president of National University of Kaohsiung. She's has a business, so she will have his welcome remarks in pre-recorded videos. And also Dr. Hide Sakaguchi. He is the president of Ocean Policy Research Institute of Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Japan. So I highly appreciate that the President Fu Shengxue is online. So I would like to lead the floor for President Xue for his welcome remarks to us. Thank you very much. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wu. President Dr. Chen Yeduan of National University of Kaohsiung, President Dr. Hide Sakaguchi of Ocean Policy Research Institute, Sasakawa Peace Foundation, and all the distinguished speakers and participants around the world. Good morning. My name is Fu Shengxue. I'm the president of National Zhongxin University. On behalf of the university, it's my great pleasure and honor to address on this meaningful international webinar co-organized by the International Office of NUK, Center of Sustainable Agriculture of NCHU, and the Ocean Policy Research Institute of Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Japan. First, I would like to congratulate and thank Professor Wu Xinhao from NUK and Professor Liu Wanyi from NCHU for their hard working to make this international conference possible. It also established a landmark achievement for in-depth cooperation between NUK and NCHU. As you may know, that NUK is the sole partner university in Southern Taiwan for the National University System of Taiwan, which I serve as the chancellor of the system university. As you know, there are growing concerns of increasing greenhouse gas emission globally and great financial and human lives crisis as a result of extreme weather events such as torrential rain, drought, great storms, and bushfire worldwide. It is critical for all states to seek for promptly climate actions to mitigate the greenhouse gas emission and proper local adaptation policy, especially for coastal states like Taiwan, as well as other countries. We are proud to invite many distinguished speakers and experts of different disciplines from United States, Korea, Singapore, Japan, Australia, and Taiwan to share their rich expertise and unique views for any country planning to move forward net zero carbon society. And I wish you all enjoy this conference, especially during this difficult time of pandemic. I wish you all a successful and wonderful day. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Kindness. Thank you very much for President She's welcome remark to us. I know you are so busy and you take the chance to say hi and to applaud to our cooperation in the future. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And then I would like to proudly present you President Chen Yueduan from National University of Kaohsiung for her welcome remark. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all the participants and the distinguished speakers online. Welcome to the 2021 International Webinar, Moving Toward Net Zero Society in the Post-COVID-19 Era, Challenges and Opportunities. This is Principal Yueduan Chen speaking from National University of Kaohsiung. On behalf of NUK, it's my pleasure and honor to organize this beautiful international webinar, co-hosted with the Center of Sustainable Agriculture, National Zhongshin University, in partnership with Ocean Policy Research Institute of Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Japan. I'm also pleased to invite President Fu-Sen Xue and the distinguished Professor Wan-Yi Liu from NCHU, Dr. Xinghao Wu from NUK, and the President Sakaguchi of Ocean Policy Research Institute, Japan, to give us the welcome message. Thank you very much for your attendance and support. The issue of climate change, particularly global warming, has become a major concern worldwide. This increase in global temperature has led to sea level rise, then degradation, and ocean acidification. The increasing frequency and severity of extreme weather events, such as intense storm, wildfire, heat waves, droughts, and floods, has caused great damage worldwide. It is an inevitable task of our generation to achieve to net zero greenhouse emission global by the mid of the century. Today, we are proudly present you distinguished speakers and motorists from USA, Korea, Singapore, Japan, Australia, and Taiwan to share their professional knowledge and insightful comments concerning the theme. Lastly, I wish you a successful and fruitful webinar experience. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for President Chen's warm message and her full support to make this event possible. And then I would like to proudly present you the president of Ocean Policy Research Institute of Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Japan. He's our old friend, and the OPRI has held several occasions with NUK for climate change seminars. So because the Dr. Hide Sakaguchi now is in Iceland, so he has pre-recorded for his welcome remarks. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, everyone. President Chen Yu-Tuan, National University of Kaohsiung, and President Shehu Shen, National Chun-Shen University, and distinguished professors and guests, friends from Asia Virtual Academy, I send the warmest greetings from Tokyo, Japan. My name is Hide Sakaguchi, the president of Ocean Policy Research Institute of Sasaka Peace Foundation, one of the Think, Do, Innovate tank. This is our catchphrase of OPRI, Sasaka Peace Foundation. And it is our great pleasure to co-organize this pretty important webinar together at this critical timing to tackle the important issues on carbon net zero society. I'd like to thank Dean and Professor Wu Xinghao of NUK, distinguished Professor Liu Wan-Yu of NCHU for their initiation that construct this comprehensive platform for vibrant dialogue. The international webinar is exceptionally meaningful for this issue discussed below the senior and the young generation. Here, I'd like to show some key milestones of the Japanese roadmap. Japanese roadmap to tackle the challenge of climate change is bold and ambitious. It is remarked by three key milestones. First, Japan's commitment under the United Nations Climate Change Convention to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 26% from 2013 levels by 2030. The second milestone is to promote the development of innovative technology by 2050 that enable Japan to contribute to the reduction in accumulated atmospheric carbon dioxide globally to beyond zero. The third and the most ambitious milestone unveiled by the government of Japan, calling for Japan to achieve net zero GHG emissions by 2050. This bold pledge set Japan on a course to become carbon neutral in 30 years. And also let me introduce Japan's approach. It's based on three key principles. First one is to promote innovation and technology as agents of change in tackling challenges of global warming. And the second one is to promote green finance to support the development of innovation and new technologies. The third one is to support greater international cooperation for business adoption of innovative green technologies. Of course, ocean studies will provide answer for the climate change, and the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development will open another potential to achieve the carbon net zero society. Then, as my conclusion, COVID-19 has completely changed the style and the way of our life. People care about the quality of life with sustainability. But we will not only build back better, but build back forward to be prepared as resilient recovery and clean transition toward net zero society. Then the international webinar has gathered, and researchers from the US, Japan, Korea, and Taiwan, with the frontier of the innovative approach of international legal framework as well as empirical studies. Actually, I feel a bit pity not being able to attend due to other mission engaged today, but I really hope the presenter could contribute their polished work for the monograph that we propose to be published by Springer Nature. At last, I wish the fruitful discussion and the successful of this international webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, all the distinguished guests, for attending the opening ceremony. Especially President Xie, thank you so much for your big support. And now, before the first section starts, in order for conference to run smoothly, may we remind you some notice. Please turn off your camera and put yourself on mute while speaker is giving a talk. The session is recorded and is available for a month online. Speakers could talk for 20 minutes, and moderators could talk and giving comments for another 10 minutes. Please share your slide by yourself if you do not provide us the file in advance. Please remember to turn off your camera and stop sharing your screen after the presentation. We are sorry that it is not allowed to ask questions during the live conference due to the limit time for each sessions. Please directly contact speakers via email for questions you might have. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Now, it gives me a great pleasure to introduce the moderator of the first session, Dr. Wang Yuliu, Distinguished Professor from Department of Forestry, National Zhongxin University, Taiwan. Let's welcome Dr. Wang Yuliu.
Thank you for your introduction. Hello, everyone. President Xie, Professor Wu, everyone, good morning. Thanks for coming this conference and this session. I'm Wang Yuliu, and I'm very pleased to welcome the first keynote speaker, Professor Simon Wang. He is a full professor with the Department of Plants, Soils, and Climate, Utah State University, United States. His expertise and interests are about climate change, climate data analysis, and climate theories. And he is very famous at this field of climate change in the world. And he has a lot of impressive researches and publications as well. Today, he is going to share with us the topic, climate extremes, trends, and whys. Please join me to welcome Professor Wang.
Thank you, Professor Liu. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, very clear.
Great. I represent the only whiskey time zone in the group. So you guys are having coffee, I'm having a different drink. But I'm very pleased and happy to be with you guys here. And this is actually the first time I joined a NetZero conference. My research doesn't really cover the carbon reduction so much. I'm still a weatherman. So I thought that I'd like to share some of the more recent research on how all those different extreme events we have witnessed to join forces and create bigger ones. So, well, we all know that policies have to come from people, and then people are mostly driven by perceptions, not much of facts. Just look at the United States politics. So perception matters, and people's experience matters as well. So over the past 20 years, in the case of the United States, people's perception have changed, especially for the climate change and global warming area. It has not been not really been the highest, but then it has grown over time for the past almost 15 years. Then if you look at really what really governed the policies, and unfortunately, the division is still big among the Democrats and Republicans. So in terms of all the carbon important policies, the United States of America still is slow paced. So, well, what should we do about that? I mean, the recent events of extremes actually, in my opinion, have helped to drive policies because it has changed people's perceptions. If you look at all those billion-dollar disasters, and then you can see that the climb in some ways they coincides with the changing perceptions, and then that gradually feed back to the local policymakers and leads to the DC policymakers, and then all the policies start to run around, especially after the new presidential elections. So I think that the change has gotten speed, and so much so that the recent news shows that ExxonMobil, for example, has been the single biggest resistance in terms of the decarbonization movement that actually has faced this unavoidable change in that they lose the board seats. Actually, they lose 2 board seats to hedge funds that is more pro-green energy. And this kind of movement, usually when you reach a tipping point, then all those other changes will follow through quite quickly. History has shown that. So I'm optimistic. So that leads to really what I do. Being a weatherman myself, I'm a meteorologist. My research still primarily focus on extreme events. And I particularly am interested in attribution analysis to understand how much of that is driven by the warming, and then also how do we predict that. So among all different agencies in the US, the military was among the first to get the whole of this prediction and climate change concept. For example, you can look at this map. This is the billion-dollar weather and climate disaster map in terms of the numbers. Texas ranked out, right? So over the past about a decade, Texas has been through a record drought to record flood. And this is just one of the incidents that in May 2015, some of the Air Force Base and Naval Air Base were flooded and caused substantial damage. Myself was involved also in the Department of Defense projects, really to understand and predict all those future risks that especially concerning infrastructure planning and infrastructure movement. So the project was to try to understand and hope to predict something that is far in the future. For example, we built some prototype to predict flood risk for Texas, Houston area, for example, 2 years ahead. This was a prediction we made 2 years before the 2019, and that 2 years later, it was actually flooded because of this spring rainfall and thunderstorms. So the reason that we could forecast for some regions, not everywhere, but some regions, is because that the Earth's climate still is primarily driven by ocean and atmospheric circulations. And in this case, it's very well-known El Nino events. It affects particularly strongly in Texas. And these are just the ocean temperature evolutions, and you run it over time. And from that, you can start to trace some interesting movements, and they actually repeat themselves. So if you line them up precisely, then you can start to trace all those processes. So if you pick up signals before and during and after all these El Nino events, then we can start to produce predictions associated with all these events. Again, it's not for everywhere, but it happens really strongly in Texas or Southern Great Plains area. So you pick up the signals and then you start to run some empirical models, some machine learning models, and then later on we can start to do include some climate models, build blocks into the futures, and then we were able to forecast something as long as 2 to even 3, 4 years ahead, something like this. We also seeing California being undergoing a lot of wildfires, and this year there was a fire that broke all the records that has burned more than 1 million acres. So it was really not surprising, because using the global climate models, we also can see that the predictions made from the global climate models, we directly can output fire danger through the vegetation model, through all those hydrological cycles. And you can see that within these warming scenarios, the fire danger actually has increased, will be increasing. And this was the paper that we found out that all the models actually under-predict what observation was trying to show. So this is quite alarming. The same analogy can apply to sea ice decline as well. So I think the takeaway message is that even with the modern tools, a lot of the projections we see in IPCC's report could be underestimation. For California, Western US, you also has undergone the very extreme wet dry cycles. You know, like Lake Oroville has gone from very dry to overflowing to being dried again within just a quick matter of 7 years. And all this wet and dry alternation, it actually is a force to promote wildfires. And these are tree-ring records that has recorded all those past fires. And you can see all the years that coupled with so-called the La Nina event in the Pacific Ocean. And then, you know, so it indicates that even before global warming, the climate cycles can drive these wildfire activities. But because with the global warming, all this influence from the ocean eventually will amplify. And that make all the future fire events to become stronger and stronger. And this is the analysis, the paper we just published to show that the burn areas, they not only undergo this cyclic behavior, that is also amplifying. But every time we have a cyclic behavior, it's something that can help us meteorologists to predict. So hopefully, well, we can try to predict those dangers and then can help planners allocate resources like that. There are other cases as well, like Oregon fire. I'll skip through this because it's probably too meteorological. And let's shift gears to East Asia. In 2018, you know, Japan went through a quick succession from a killer flood to a heat wave. And then it really caused a lot of damage and casualties. And this is one example that something that we're familiar with, a so-called climate cycle or monsoon cycle, can amplify in the warming climate. So I made this little cartoon to show you what the regional East Asian monsoon looks like. Now, this is known as Baoyu rainfall in Japan. This is better known as Meiyu in Taiwan and China. And every summer we have these weather systems never fail. We have these weather systems, and also the high pressure system. We have the monsoon trough. We have the Indian or South Asian monsoon. You know, they congregate and then they form all those interesting weather patterns there, right? But in 2018, we also have this amplified, we call it atmospheric waves that join force and produce this perfect storm type of scenarios that caused flood in Japan, as well as a typhoon that just happened there. So this is what we call a compounding effect. You know, you've got all the right conditions that to happen in the right time across the right place or the same place. And this is when what we are observing to happen more and more as the Earth warms. But this is also, the background state is also something normal. The break phase of the monsoon means that the high pressure move up north. That's when Japan usually has this hottest time of the year, right? But then in 2018, we have a stronger monsoon trough, which amplified the high pressure. And as a result, you know, you got more radiation, and that's where heat wave comes in. So all this Then later on in September, it is what we call as a monsoon revival, and that Typhoon Jebi came in Japan and caused a lot of wind damage. So this is something that it has been there for centuries, for ages. But then under global warming, everything intensifies. Everything intensifies. So when each monsoon season they come, the chance for all those weather systems to amplify and cause more damages will also increase. So this is what Japan's monsoon life cycle looks like: precipitation, right? Earlier summer, middle summer, early fall, and then under global warming, all this will amplify. That's why we have all the different. So the music is just to wake you up, coffee time. We also can see that in different part of Asia, some other air pollutant can still cause direct climate impact, and it's not necessarily the greenhouse gas. Okay, so in this case, India, as we know, in wintertime particularly, has undergone a very severe air pollution problems, and so much so it has made last year's, actually 2 years ago, when they had the general re-election, this became a primary election policy, and it was the first time in their history. So they're all calling for a better air, and because of the damage it caused to human health, premature deaths and all that. So I want to just bring you to what this pollutant problem and how they combine with climate. So this is what's called as aerosol optical depth. It's really just how dirty the air is looking from the space. So this area, or Beijing area, it's all where we know the most air pollution congregates. And the source of so-called black carbon at the time, this is the winter, they all come from one source, which is burning. And this is not necessarily carbon or CO2. This is purely the particulate matters. This is something that as human we inhale and will cause some problems. So this is a picture I took back in 2013. I remember looking out the window from New Delhi to Kathmandu. On the right, it was Himalayas. On the left, it's a very thick layer of aerosols, which is dirty air. Okay, and that is very profound because normally, you wouldn't have a pollution air or level that big, that thick, because the stable air usually is quite shallow. In all other cities, including Salt Lake City or San Diego, you can see that the stable air and the dirty air is usually less than a kilometer. But then in northern India, it is very thick. And it has profound effect as well, because it will change something we call the stability, and we call something called temperature inversions. And over time, we have found that this stable layer has increased a lot. And the reason is that this type of aerosols or air pollutants, this is not CO2 or carbon. It's simply just dust and black carbon. It will absorb heat, so you warm up the upper part or middle part of the atmosphere. But then you will cause cooling at the surface. So you will make the air to be more stable. And with the more stable air, it traps more pollutant there. These are the tools that we use to understand how much the aerosol has caused the air to be more stable. And then warming also caused the air to be more stable. And the two combined actually act to trap more aerosols, to make the air dirtier and dirtier without really increasing the source. So what it really means is that currently you're seeing that increasing trend in air pollution, and that's really harming their people. And part of that came from the global warming stabilization, and part of that also came from the source. People keep burning, population keeps growing. So, well, let's just say, in the future, India can really cut down emission. They can really reduce the source. But the Earth still continues to warm. The climate still warms, and it still causes stabilization. So the net increase of particulate matter will still increase. That's why we feel attribution analysis like this is important because then it could offset or mislead all those policy or strategy efforts. And COVID certainly didn't help any reduction in the CO2. In some cases, COVID actually accelerates some of the warming effect. This is Bay of Bengal, this is India. Every springtime in around May, it's their hurricane season. Okay, so in 2019, there was a cyclone called Fanny. It was at the time the strongest cyclone over maybe 30 years. But then the next year, this is the COVID year, Cyclone Amphan broke that record again. It became the strongest cyclone. And the reason, as we later analyzed to find out that the entire Indian Ocean, and particularly Bay of Bengal, has been warming consistently, right? Consistently. And then the aerosol actually reduced the heating a little bit, but then overall, cyclone intensities keep increasing. That contributed to Fanny's intensity. But during COVID, what happened is that the shutdown actually cleared the air a little bit, and then the clear didn't really help the warming because it actually aggregated warming. So the warming effect pulled the cyclone intensity towards intensification, so it made the cyclone actually stronger. So that's some process that embed in all this everyday weather system. And the last thing I want to talk about is extreme coldness in winter time. And this has been something in the US, politicians from Republican parties love to joke about, whenever we have a very cold winter, then they will say there's no such thing as global warming. But the science indicates that a global warming can actually increase cold extremes. Now, this is a schematic of plot in here just to show what a winter temperature looks like. It used to be during winter time, you have a multiple cold events. So people actually grow used to it in a way, like adapt to it over the season or the winter season. But over the, in the recent years, the cold event becomes much fewer, but they're more intense. That actually has a lot of health hazard. It could create health hazard. As you can see from these two news here in Taiwan, a subtropical countries, a cold event alone can kill more than 100 people. This is in different years. So there are opportunities as well, and it's just one example to show that if you know how the weather or the climate varies, how the extreme come and goes, some people actually make big fortune from it. In this case, this is a bunch of investors in Wall Street. They found out that during very cold winters, the natural gas price increased. Okay, and this cold winters has been repetitive, not every year, but they tend to happen more often in recent decades. Now, this is what the natural gas looks like, storage looks like in the United States. It's not like liquefied natural gas that are more commonly seen in Asia. In the US, they have big land, so you can see a lot of this storage. So the storage will refill. It will be depleted, and then during summertime refill until the next winter, and then to be extracted again, right? So this is the time when the traders like to trade for natural gas price, right? And then you can start to see in the past several years, natural gas fluctuates. In 2014, the coldest winter, these traders, they start to bet on money. They think that in the next 1 to maybe 3 years, you will have this natural gas crisis again, so they can make some money, and they did actually. So if you look at these natural gas storage levels, they all fluctuate. This is over the course of 40 years. Let's just look at the minimum storage. So they form some variability, right? And the variability, if you compare with the natural gas spot price, you can see these spikes. This is the time where seasoned traders can really come in, and if they're lucky, they can win big and a lot of money. Just some example here, 30% within a month, and actually 25% within a week of the natural gas price increase. So it also has some sort of climate control. I'll just move faster for the sake of interest of time. The take-home message from here is that using the natural gas natural gas storage data, I can reconstruct the circulation patterns that actually cause strong and severe drought in the West and strong severe cold winter in the eastern United States. So it has a direct climate influence. And this kind of influence also has seen a tendency of amplifications. I'm skipping the details here. These are just to show you how closely the natural gas storage and the circulation pattern are correlated, and they have a phase lag, which indicates predictability. You can predict that. But over the long term, we have seen this amplification of the circulation patterns that drives this natural gas or cold winters, and also the Western drought and fires. So in the future climate, this is all the way into the next, the end of the century, we see this amplification to continue, which means that for the United States or North America, you're going to see more of a cold winter in the east, very hot climate in the west. But then, in the same time, the natural gas and the circulation covariance also increased. So, well, there might be some opportunity to make some money. And I want to conclude my talk with this concept and new tool of decadal climate prediction. It means the prediction not only looking at, a straight line towards the end of the century, but it's a segment like this. So it particularly aims to predict something from 2 to 20 years into the future. And you can see from this plot, this is global temperature. Some decadal prediction models can capture the up and downs of the change, not just a straight line into the future. I want to make this example. You all know where this is. And the magical city relies on Colorado River in the southwestern US, as well as San Diego and some part of Los Angeles. But this year, 2021, was the very first time in history that the Bureau of Reclamation, the US government, announced or declared shortage. Once they declare shortage, they start to cut water. So people that does farming and also industries, it's really for the very first time, their water resources cut. It has never happened before. There was some reduction efforts, but it was really not cut before. And this is actually quite a famous figure in the United States, in the Western United States. This line means the water supply from the Colorado River. And you can see these are historical levels. And the red line is water use. So when they meet, it means the demand outweighs the supply, so it's no longer balanced. And this is something they produce every few years to see what the future lies. Now, this is state of the art. You can see that the projected water supply doesn't really tell you variability. It tells you the whole straight line like this, right? So our effort has been trying to apply this decadal prediction, not to do something like this of a almost like useless spread, but to see their turnarounds and how soon the drought can end, and where and when the next drought may come in. And this is some research that we published, got reported by Science on this decadal prediction. So I'll end here. The take-home message I like to bring to our friends here is that when extremes happens, I think it's still very important to know, even though we know extremes are happening more and more under global warming, by knowing how they interact with each other and interact with our economy and our policy and also finance, we can avoid all those compound extremes that bring our surprises or nasty surprises. So that's what I prepared for today. Thank you very much for your attention. Thanks.
Okay, thank Professor Wang for giving such an insightful and fruitful speech. Wow, and also providing a lot of information. I think I need some time to digest. Oh, it's amazing. Okay, the time is almost up. So we just open one question. Any question, my friends? Everyone? Maybe you can click the rising hands button. No question? Okay. If there is no question, let me ask one question to Professor Wang. Okay, my question is very easy, but also very necessary to each government in the world. My question is, based on the previous work, we often talk about two strategies for global warming. One is mitigation strategy, which is to reduce the carbon emission and enhance the carbon sink. And the other strategy is about preparation for the future. I mean, preparation for future impacts. Do you think which one is more effective or has more benefits for human being? Maybe you can take Taiwan, for example, since you are Taiwanese. So may you understand the condition of Taiwan?
Thanks. That's a very difficult question. As far as Taiwan goes, I always wanted to bring us to the reality. What's reality? Well, if you are a country as big as China or USA, well, you have to talk about the source. As far as if your country is big or small as Taiwan, and then we have to really know the priorities. The priorities should be different. Again, as a weatherman, my priority always has been disaster prevention, because that's the most immediate and saving life first. And then, so that has nothing to do with carbon, unfortunately. And I'm really not much about carbon. But I think there has been movements in Taiwan that the financial industry started to do a comprehensive evaluation on the future projections. And the financial industry can link more to more than just the carbon source from within the island, because the carbon source is spot, it's like islands, and it might spread or it might be contained in the island. But when it comes to finance, the effect is rippling. So I think it's very important, and it's a good sign that the Taiwan's financial industry has started to take actions to do active planning on taking into account the global warming and then all those scenarios and what's the impact onto their business models. One thing they actually recently talked about, as recent as last month, as I heard, it's this decadal prediction, because policies changes within 10 years. And if you want to look at 30 years from now, 50 years from now, it's important to know, but it's not so critical to be done within the current workforce. So the next 10 years decision is quite important. And the only tool is something about the decadal prediction models that I mentioned in the last slides. So yeah, it's my very superficial answer to the question. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your nice and insightful response, Professor Wang. Okay, the time is almost, oh no, it's up. So now again, I would like to
How to get out of my screen.
Okay, I would like to deeply appreciate Professor Wang's wonderful speech. And thank you everyone for your participation. Let's move to the next session. Professor Wu, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much for Dr. Simon's insightful presentation. So wonderful from the scientific perspective. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just need to know how to get out of the screen share.
Oh, get out.
Yeah. I don't want to hang. Yeah.
Maybe we can handle this. Maybe we can handle this.
You control remotely?
Yeah, I think so. No problem.
I have no idea. Are you okay?
Looking at my screen, you will see me getting more and more drunk.
Yeah, we.
I cannot find. I don't find anywhere I can exit. We don't often use WebEx, so sorry if I'm blocking that.
Maybe you can click the The button?
Yeah,
On the top of the screen.
Yeah.
on the top.
Yeah, and
No, I really don't
on the
see
web.
it.
You cannot
WebEx.
Oh, okay, I see it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Apologize. My
No problem. Thank you
It's
very much.
okay, no problem.
And cheers. Cheers. I don't have alcohol, but cheers. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next
Thank
time.
you.
Bye bye. Bye. Okay. Thank you very much for Professor Simons. And now we'll move to the next sections. I would like to proudly present you the Professor Han-Soo Choi. Han-Soo Choi. Yes. He's from Department of Public Administration, School of Politics and Economics from Korea University. And he was going to talk about the governing amidst scientific complexities, the case of COVID-19 and net zero carbon. Okay, thank you very much. And the floor is yours. Okay, Professor Choi, thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. I'm very glad to meet you. And then I think I'm the only public administration scholar here. I feel that this will be a great moment of learning for me. Thank you very much again for inviting me. Let me share
It's our
my
pleasure.
screen.
Thank you. So.
Okay. Can you see the screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
No problem. Yes.
Okay. As you can see in the title, this is I'm using two cases. One is COVID-19, and the other, of course, is net zero carbon in South Korea. And then I'm focusing on the kind of a decision they have come up with, and in vis-a-vis scientific complexities. First, I'll talk about some, about the COVID-19 case in South Korea. South Korea's performance in dealing with COVID-19 is not really excellent, but it's not also bad. So in terms of fatality rate, it seemed it's 175 in the globe. Normally, the countries in Northeast Asia has been doing very well. Taiwan numbered 181. Fatality rate per million was very, very low. And then we are in the, I think it's in the fourth wave of the contagion, but many people believe that it is here with us. It's not the fourth wave, actually. And then this is the baseline. I feel that I need to speak a little bit about the general medical system in South Korea, because it has a lot of to do with the performance of dealing with COVID-19. South Korea obviously does not spend much on medical as a medical cost. It spends only 8% of its GDP, but they still have the universal coverage. And then this is the, for example, I've drawn some data, number of consultations in all settings. This is the number of days each citizen can meet with a doctor. In South Korea, the one person per year, they pay a visit about 17 times to doctor's office, which is really, really high. And then second highest is Japan. Japan has about 13 times. I'm not necessarily saying that it is good for people to meet with the doctors very often. That's because of the way they set up the compensation and reimbursement of medical expenses. So doctors are complaining actually about the system, but on the part of the citizens, it's not bad at all to come to the doctor's office often and see them and talk with them. Anyway, this means that they have a pretty good access to medical services. And then this is the 5-year survival rate of breast cancer. It's 85%, which is not really low. It's in comparison with other OECD countries, it's quite comparable. When it comes to cervical cancer 5-year survival rate, it is actually South Korea is it seemed highest, about 77%. So with not much of the spending, the performance is not bad at all. And then when it comes to colorectal cancer for men, survival rate is 74%, which is also very high. So when you compare, I'm talking about the baseline, to on which they perform, or with which they perform, to vis-a-vis COVID-19. When it comes to UK, they have a so-called national health service model, which is you pay tax and they use your tax money to provide the medical services. And then in Japan and in Germany, they have a so-called social health insurance model. You pay a little bit, but there is a social insurance, a very strong social insurance. And in South Korea and also in Taiwan, you have the same type of model. It's a national health insurance model. You have a national health insurance so that you can have the universal coverage, of course, on which you can add on your personal coverage. In the United States, they have a liberal model. So in South Korea, public sector does not spend much. For example, in terms of proportional public financing, South Korea spent only 57%. Taiwan was spending 65%. So the most of the services are provided by private hospitals and doctors' offices. But still, the government can exert a lot of influences and then regulatory control on the hospital system in terms of price, in terms of the quality of services. And then in South Korea, every locality has their own public health center. This is public, but public, as I said, they provide a test for COVID, but not very much in terms of medical other treatment services. And anyway, you can have an access. So this is the summary. Okay, and then the government intervention is mostly through regulatory, but spending itself, service delivery is mostly done through a private system. And then when it comes to South Korea, the MERS was a great moment of learning. MERS, the South Korea was hit in 2015, and then they reformed the system in that in December, and then also did the legal revision so that government can have an access to private information and they can do mandatory guaranteeing and others. I'll be quick on covering this part of the presentations. And also last year, they were required to set up a new disease control management system. And then they also changed the SOPs. This one is actually requires the government to deal with the pandemic early on. And then because of the MERS experience, their early response was very, very quick. And then this screen actually tells you some details of it. And so this is also. And then there was a joined up governance between government and civilian sector, so that the civilian producers of test kit have the kind of expedited clearance of their testing kits. This tells you their reorganization from Korean Center for Disease Control, but they are now become an independent agency, enlarged. They use a lot of e-government capabilities. This is the screen on the part of the citizen when you are guaranteed. For example, if you fly over from Taiwan to Seoul, because we don't have a travel bubble, you probably have to have guaranteed for a couple of weeks or 10 days. I think they are thinking to reduce it down to 1 week. This is the screen for on the part of the assigned casework officers. You can be traced actually using the system. This is also the system. Now I'm going to talk about the South Korean NetZero carbon policy. I'd like to give you some background because I'll be talking more about the so-called Green New Deal. The Green New Deal policy came out as specifically as a response to COVID-19. They had the 3 New Deals: digital, green, and also the human side of the New Deal. But talking about some of the backgrounds, when they had Kyoto, the protocols, the South Korean response was this: comprehensive response plans. They are responding to the climate change pacts. It was in late from 1999 until 2007. And then we have a president, Myung-Bak Lee, who was really emphasizing so-called green growth. So their stance is getting more active. Their plan was a comprehensive plan for coping with the climate change. They want to promote the so-called green industry. And then they also passed the law, Basic Law Act for Low Carbon Growth, Green Growth. It was in 2010, they started to set a 5-year plan. Also, they started the emission trading system in 2015. Now we have rather a progressive government, Moon Jae-in administration. They are very much active. So they set up the first basic plan for dealing with climate change in 2017. The planning span is 20 hours, and then they are supposed to set up rolling plans every 5 years. So now we are on actually the second rolling plan. And then the President Moon, he was very much for green carbon neutrality. And then they passed the Basic Act for carbon neutrality this year, August. This contains very strong clauses. For example, so government is required to set up a comprehensive plan, and then also it has the component of adaptation to climate crisis, righteous and fair transition for the sectors of citizens and local communities, and also then green growth in terms of focusing on green industry. And they set up a presidential committee for 2050 carbon neutrality. And then a lot of industrial people are panicking about this, because they set up a goal, the carbon reduction goal of 35% by 2030. Baseline is 2018's carbon emission. So the South Korea will have a climate change impact assessment from next August, and then they will have a climate change response fund money. Money will be up from next January. and they will set up Center for Fair Transition and Center for Carbon Neutrality Support by next July. This is the background. And then with that, the current president, he announced they put forth so-called New Deal on 3 dimensions, as I just mentioned. And then it was issued last year, and this year they revised it and expanded it into New Deal 2.0. And here in the New Deal 2.0, the portion of Green New Deal has actually expanded from about 40 billion US dollars. $1 trillion can be translated into maybe 0.8 billion US dollars. And then they want to spend about 50, maybe 8 or 9 billion dollars until 2015. We'll see whether, but it depends on the next administration that we will have. If we have a very conservative one, probably they will want to cut the wish list. So the Green New Deal has 3 areas and 8 projects. Right? For example, one area is green transition of urban, spatial, and living infrastructure. The other one is focusing on energy supply. Still, another one is innovation, so-called ecosystem for green industry. I don't want to go over each project. This is for example, the people are encouraged because I got it from K-Water. The full name is Korea Water Resources Company. I have a friend there, and we did a project on this water governance, and then he was glad to send this. His company's project files, and then I like to use a couple of them. First one, I'm talking about taking advantage of those policy initiatives. This is a public corporation. They are coming up with a very specific construction project. I'll be talking on this aspect later on. As you can see on the dam water, they set up solar energy panels, but it looks ugly. And then they will actually transform into a more of a island-shaped solar panels. And then also they will be sharing the benefit, the money, profit with the local people, so that they can take care of the local public conflicts raised from citizens. This is they want to provide about 2.1 gigawatt using tap water solar energy by 2030. And then another area of their focus is water heat energy. Actually, they set up a new division for new energy using water, because that's the water company. There are other public corporations responding to the Green New Deal stuff. And then they want to create about 1 gigawatt by 2030. How many minutes do I have? Maybe 2. Okay. And then, sorry for the Korean characters here. For example, some specific cities are that they want to, for example, make use of dam water. For example, Soyang Dam in the Gangwon province is huge dam, and then they want to make use of the water and then create using water pump, create energy. The other one is still they want to use the fresh water to cover to create DC energy, the electricity for data centers, because the number of data centers are very quickly increasing, so that they want to make use of it. And then in Busan Eco Delta City, which is a smart city, they actually used it, and then but still they have to somehow produce more data about the side effect of these water heat energy sources. I'm drawing on this is the what kind of a comparative evaluation of South Korean the initiative on net zero carbon. I'm drawing on a couple of researchers' paper. In terms of the broad goals, South Korea is a little weak, and also when it comes to biodiversity, it is weak. But the creation of and electricity with a smart grid, and then emission vehicles, some constructional aspects, it is fine. Anyway, they are evaluating the South Korean plan up until 2019 and 20. The current administration more aggressive. I'm getting into the conclusion. So when you see the way the Korean society and the government is dealing with scientific complexities and uncertainties, we see a bureaucrat, the crash of accountabilities. Accountability stands for whom are you reporting to? You can report to, for example, your boss, bureaucratic accountability. You can report to citizens, political accountability. You can report to law, legal accountability. Or you can report to your professional standards, professional accountability. So we have a crash of bureaucratic accountability and professional accountability. And when in the case of COVID-19, we also had some kind of authoritarianism on the part of government scientific agencies. So there was an early response, the problem with early response. And then also the conflict between KCDA and some private hospitals. And then another one is accountability between up and below. CDSCH is a general disaster relief mechanism chaired by Prime Minister, where you have two ministers at the CDMH level. The one is a Minister of Health and Welfare. The other one is Minister of Interior. And then under Ministry of Health and Welfare, you have a KCDA. Korea used to be Center for Disease Control. KCDC or KCDA, they tend to focus on the professional accountability. The other one is political accountability. There has been constant crashes. This is the summary of the both net zero carbon and COVID-19. We can have 4 different kinds of decision-making situations. I'm using I'm drawing on some of previous researches. There can be 2 dimensions. Whether you have agreement on goals, where to go, whether you have a consensus on goals, or the other dimension is whether you know the ways or causal knowledge, which can be said agreement on method. When you have the agreement on goals also, and you know how, then problem becomes computational and bureaucracy, and then even army. That's a bureaucratic anyway. Those structure will be best in dealing with that kind of computational problems. When you know the ways how to deal with, and then you don't have the consensus, then you will have a compromise situation in a representative structure. You can have a judgment in a collegial structure. When you have the consensus on goals, for example, we have to deal with climate change. We have to deal with the pandemics, but we agree on that, but we don't know how. We don't have really causal knowledge. The other one is that we don't really have the consensus on goals, and then don't have the necessary causal knowledge. And then in that case, you probably will need the charismatic or inspirational decision making. in an atomic structure. And then I'll go back to this situation. When we see the ways they deal with net zero carbon and COVID-19, we now see probably the shrinking of the arena of judgmental decision making and enlargement of arena of compromise. Especially the theories are pluralized. People are arguing. For example, when it comes to the climate change, there are competing voices from progressive side and the conservative side. And each one has their own theories, explanations, and they're competing with each other. There is no authoritarian arbiter on this. That we don't really have that. And then we have growing political voices from commerce, education, when it comes to COVID-19, but the local public conflict, and also the so-called greenflation argument. Because you see the National Assembly Research Service just issued a report that South Korea will be spending 170 billion US dollars in 10 years due to nuclear exit. Is it correct or not? People are arguing for nuclear exit against the nuclear exit. But the current administration president already made that decision, which is a very inspirational decision. But people are thinking the judgmental and compromise aspect has not been dealt with yet. It's too hasty. So point is that maybe we are not really defining or framing the problem in a correct way. And then we still need to frame these policy issues in a correct way so that we don't really commit the so-called third type of errors in policy making. So that's my second point, the hasty decision making. Is it hasty or not? And then, but we still are lagging behind in terms of visionary, inspirational decision making for net zero carbon society. And then people are making use of this initiative to focus on short-term projects. For example, all these, the K-Water, Korea Housing and Land and Housing Company, they are very in a hurry to set up construction project, and then problems are defined in a narrow way, even though it is a compromise of judgmental problems. They define it in a computational problem, and then they got engaged in those construction business in a very hurried manner. And then it creates a lot of side effects. I think that's the kind of problems that we are facing in South Korea. And then under these arrows, I have some remedies. I think I'll stop here. This is my university in the springtime. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Choi, for your comprehensive analysis and comments. Well, I certainly learned a lot from the Korean experience, and I think in Taiwan, we have the similar arguments concerning many fronts, as Professor Choi just mentioned about the COVID-19's governors. In Taiwan, we also face about the public opinions versus the scientific-based decision-making and bureaucratic, of course. So as just Professor Choi just mentioned, that Taiwan has done well, relatively better jobs in containing the virus because the governments using the scientific basis for making some of the emergency measures. However, it does hurt and have some negative impacts for human rights, maybe in the long run. So that's certainly we need to discuss. I have to apologize that we don't have sufficient time for Professor Choi for his comprehensive analysis, but I hope that we can have more opportunities to invite Professor Choi to have the discussions and presentation concerning many interesting issues. Probably I have only one more questions to ask is about Professor Choi just mentioned that for the 2050s carbon neutrality is initiated. That the Korean government initiated the climate change response funding, right?
Right.
But the question is, where is the financial sources for this funding? It's like only the government budgets, or you would think the government is considering about adopting some sort of carbon tax mechanisms?
Yeah, of course. Can I respond?
Yes.
Yeah, they will certainly do they will use a tax revenue power. They will make put the carbon tax, a lot of carbon tax on corporate side. Also, it's not only central government budget, but also the private actually participation. They have public corporations, also very large companies who wants to be somehow society friendly, and then they want to make business on this. So, for example, where do I have? Actually, these New Deal plans, about 1/3 of the spending will come from private sector and local government sector, and then when they are doing normally they will start the three components. One is a system to deal with the organization. The other is money. The other one is a legal support. And then I think because of the money they are putting in, the creation of the fund, it will be getting serious. And then there will be a lot of construction project using this money.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that for the Professor Choi's answer, and is have a better understanding about the whole picture of the Korean Green Deal growth deal. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry it's about the time, so we have to wrap up this session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Choi, again.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm sorry for a little bit delay, and I'm sorry to keep Professor Pasha Shea for keeping you waiting. Okay, thank you very much. So now we proceed to the next sections that let me probably introduce the next section would be our distinguished speaker from from the from the Singapore Management University School of Law, the Associate Dean Pasha Shea. He's going to present us the pursuing climate change goals under regional trade agreements. Dr. Shea is the expert in international trade issues. Of course, we know there's a great connection between our carbon neutral goals and our regional trade agreements. Okay, without further delay, I would like to leave the floor to Dr. Professor Pasha Shea. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Wu Xinghao, for your kind invitation and very kind introduction. So today I'm going to talk about pursuing climate change goals under regional trade agreements. So as Professor Wu alluded to, there is a linkage between climate change and RTA or FTA. So I'm here to talk about the linkage, and I will also share some experiences of ASEAN countries, including particularly Singapore. So now let me provide the contextual background of regional trade agreement in the region, which I call New Asian regionalism. Columbia Law Professor Bhagwati coined the term the first regionalism, which emerged in 1960s. But Professor Bhagwati noted that in that era, most trade initiatives failed for political reasons. He also observed that there was the second regionalism in the 1980s, and here we witnessed some success. So in this era, we had 4 Asian tigers, including Taiwan, followed by the rise of China. And in terms of trade initiative, the most successful examples in the era were ASEAN 10 countries and APEC, which I will detail. And in my view, we are now in the third regionalism, which has developed in tandem with the Doha Round since the 2000s. So there are some major characteristics in the third regionalism. First, and there are more and more free trade agreements between developing countries. So free trade agreements are no longer concluded primarily between developed nations and developing countries. So we have more and more so-called South-South FTA. In fact, they actually constitute 75% of the FTA worldwide. And more importantly, we have more mega free trade agreement known as mega FTAs. So the most important examples, including the CPTPP, which was concluded in 2018, as well as the RCEP, which was concluded in 2020. And as many colleagues know, there are 11 parties to the CPTPP, and Taiwan just applied for join this mega FTA, and RCEP has 15 parties. And the third major characteristic of third regionalism is the emergence of so-called comprehensive FTA. Traditionally, free trade agreement concern primarily tariff and services. But now we have more and more so-called WTO plus and extra obligations, so they go beyond WTO requirements. And that's why climate change play a very important role, because more and more FTA, particularly in the region, include provisions on sustainable development. And sustainable development usually refer to environmental and labor protection. So climate change is a very important component within the sustainable development provisions. So that's why I call this development green regionalism. So now let me explain more about this trade initiative so you can have a better understanding of why climate change play a critical role. So let me first address ASEAN. And ASEAN, which stands for Association of Southeast Asian Countries, and ASEAN was formed in 1967 under the Bangkok Declaration. When ASEAN was formed, the purpose was to create a loose security alliance. So at that time, economic integration was not a major goal, but time changed. In 2007, ASEAN countries passed the ASEAN Charter, which conferred legal personality on the organization. So ASEAN transformed from an association to an intergovernmental organization. And in 2007, the same year, ASEAN passed the very first declaration that addressed climate change issue. So this declaration is the ASEAN Declaration on Environmental Sustainability, which provide guiding principles on greenhouse gas emissions, as well as the adoption of energy efficient and low emission technologies. And in 2015, ASEAN further established the AEC, ASEAN Economic Community. So it further strengthens the linkage, the nexus between trade and climate change. So if we look at the AEC Blueprint 2025, there are several provisions on climate change, such as paragraph 41, which talk about promoting good agriculture practices to minimize the negative effects on natural resources, such as oil, forest, and water, and reduce the greenhouse gas emission. And there are other provisions that address climate change. For example, paragraph 57, 59 talk about the importance of climate change when we develop industries, food, agriculture, forestry, and even tourism. So you can see climate change play an important role. ASEAN is important because it's not just a 10-country association. New Asian regionalism is primarily premised upon the ASEAN +1 agreements. So ASEAN +1 agreement means that the ASEAN concluded agreement with major economies in the region. So the purpose of the ASEAN +1 agreement is to fortify the concept of ASEAN centrality. So you see this term ASEAN centrality very often in a major statement issued by ASEAN as well as other important dialogue partners such as the US, China, even Russia. So there are several ASEAN +1 agreements. For example, ASEAN-China agreement, ASEAN-Japan agreement, ASEAN-India agreement, ASEAN-Korea agreement, and ASEAN-Korea and New Zealand agreement, as well as ASEAN's agreement with Hong Kong. And the most important ASEAN-based agreement is the RCEP, which consolidates the existing ASEAN +1 agreement. An ASEAN +1 agreement is not just one agreement, and actually many agreements follow so-called the building block approach. If we look at ASEAN-China agreement, we can see that both sides signed a framework agreement in 2002, and after that, they signed agreements on goods, services, dispute settlement mechanism, as well as investment agreement. So all the agreements come together as a free trade agreement, comprehensive one. And the most sophisticated ASEAN +1 agreement is usually referred to the ASEAN agreement with Australia and New Zealand. But even for an ASEAN Australia-New Zealand agreement, it doesn't have many provisions on environment. So you see the ASEAN or the Asian way of climate change in the context of FTA is a bit different. So if we look at the text of the ASEAN Australia-New Zealand agreement, which does mention environment, but only as a general principle or as a general exception, and that is similar to Article 20 of the GATT. And what about APEC? Taiwan is also a member of APEC, so we can pay more attention to this organization. APEC was formed in 1989. It's a trans-regional economic and soft law institution. Why is trans-regional? Because it's not just about Asia. There are members in Latin America and in other regions. That's why it's trans-regional. Why is a soft law institution? Because APEC itself is not an international organization. It's an institution, more precisely, it's a dialogue forum. It's a soft law institution because its operation is primarily based upon non-binding resolutions. In 1991, the so-called three Chinas, mainland China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan, joined the institution. So in order to avoid political issues, and other members are not known as states. Instead, they are called economies. So there are 21 economies in APEC. And every year, as you know, leaders of APEC get together and take photos in traditional costume. And the meeting is not known as summit. Instead, they are known as economic leaders meetings. So here you can see the photo, and you see Taiwan's special envoy, Maurice Zhang, as well as Singapore Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong. In 2006, an APEC decided to form a free trade agreement of the Asia Pacific, known as FTAAP. But as I mentioned before, APEC itself is not a negotiation forum, so APEC only functions as an incubator for the FTAAP. So the APEC will also help develop different pathway to the FTAAP. The common pathway now, of course, include the CPTPP and the RCEP. And the FTAAP was further reinforced in the most recent APEC Putrajaya Vision 2040. So it's still the goal of APEC. Some people may say Well, APEC is a soft law institution, so based on non-binding resolution. So it means it's useless. Well, is it true? If you look at what APEC has done, it actually proved otherwise. In 2011, leaders in Honolulu decided to advance green growth by reducing applied tariff on environmental goods to 5% or less by 2015. And this is important because if you remove or reduce tariff on environmental goods, it means that it's much easier for the environmental goods to be exported to other member economies. So in 2012, APEC leaders actually agree on the tariff reduction list of 54 environmental goods. And this is a milestone. And this is the very first initiative that slashes the tariff on environmental goods. It actually inspired WTO. So from 2014, WTO members are negotiating the environmental goods agreement. If you look at the very recent case, several countries, primarily small countries, Costa Rica, Fiji, Iceland, New Zealand, Norway, and Switzerland, they are negotiating agreements on climate change, trade, and sustainability. So very similar to APEC, they also aim to reduce tariff on environmental goods. And more importantly, they want to have binding commitment for environmental services. So they go beyond goods. Now let me talk about RCEP. RCEP is the largest FTA because RCEP 15 members account for 30% of global GDP. So you see the map. And here I provide the ranking of major free trade agreement based on their global GDP. Number one is RCEP, as I said, followed by USMCA, which was previously known as NAFTA. So it's a three-country FTA between Mexico, Canada, and the United States. And after that, EU, CPTPP, and other South-South FTA. So based on the ranking and the percentage you see here, it's very easy to see that the economic scale of the RCEP is comparable to that of the EU and CPTPP combined. So this is very significant. And RCEP also consolidates for ASEAN Plus One FTA, so making an RCEP so-called the ASEAN Plus Plus structure. So there are several FTA, as I said before, and RCEP will further consolidate the regional supply chain. So what about RCEP in the context of climate change? RCEP is very important in terms of political and economic impact, but RCEP has only one provision on climate related to sustainable development or climate change, and that is Article 1710, which says that each party affirms its rights and responsibilities under the Convention on Biological Diversity. So only one provision. So similar to ASEAN Plus One FTA, obviously environmental protection is not predominantly featured in the agreement. Another important agreement that attract many people's attention is CPTPP. CPTPP is different from the RCEP because many people say that RCEP focuses more on development and special and differential treatment, so good for developing countries. So here I provide a comparison between these two major mega FTAs. And here we know that although they are different, but there are 7 common members in these two mega FTAs. And CPTPP got 30 chapters, whereas RCEP has only 20 chapters. And more importantly, RCEP does not include many important components in the RCEP, such as state-owned enterprises, labor environmental protection, anti-corruption, and investor state dispute settlement. And more countries want to join these two mega FTA. Hong Kong and Bangladesh have indicated their intention to join the RCEP, whereas UK, China, and Taiwan have formally applied to join the CPTPP. So now let's look at CPTPP's requirement on climate change or sustainable development. Article 23 of the CPTPP talk about trade and environmental policy and practices in order to improve environmental protection. Article 2012 also talk about the importance of cooperation framework in order to promote sustainable development and protect the environment. And similar to the RCEP, CPTPP also pay attention to biological diversity. CPTPP is a more robust FTA, so a lot of people address this issue from the enforcement perspective. So in terms of environmental protection, and these provisions are subject to chapter-specific consultation. In other words, before you invoke a general dispute settlement mechanism, you have to comply with a chapter-specific consultation to allow consultation between senior representative or ministers. So, but after all, these provisions are subject to general dispute settlement mechanism, so it's enforceable. Some countries also come up with bilateral agreement, which include more innovative provisions. For example, Taiwan-Guatemala FTA, and specifically addresses alternative and renewable energy resources, as well as recycling project and waste management. So this is very important. If you look at the China-Singapore FTA, and they particularly emphasize the flagship Singapore Tianjin Economic City project, they want to use this city as the model to promote climate change or sustainable development. And Japan-Switzerland FTA also talk about promoting environmental product and environmental related services. So again, you can see the trend. It's not just about environmental goods, but also about environmental services. And EU agreements are noteworthy because EU is commonly known as, is well known for its effort to promote sustainable development. So EU have concluded several FTA with Asian countries, Korea, Japan, Singapore, and Vietnam. And it's also very interesting that Korea also transplanted its FTA provisions with EU into the Korea-Turkey FTA. So the EU FTA share one common feature because they all talk about commitment to multilateral environmental agreement, such as the commitment under UNFCCC and Kyoto Protocol, as well as the Paris Agreement. So this is an important feature of EU agreement. There's one important court case that is very important to this issue. That is the case rendered by the Court of Justice of the European Union in 2017, the opinion 215. And this case arose from the EU-Singapore FTA. And here the court say that the objective of sustainable development is an integral part of the common commercial policy. So it's within the EU's exclusive competence. In other words, EU alone can insert provision on sustainable development into FTA. So the competence is not shared with member states. So member states' ratification of sustainable development provisions is not necessary. If you look at EU agreement with Singapore and Vietnam, we know that the enforcement procedures will be subject to the chapter-specific mechanism. So you will have consultation and panel of experts, and the final reports will be monitored by joint established board. But these provisions will not be subject to the general dispute settlement mechanism. So it's different from CPTPP. So you can also see the European Union's pragmatic approach. And there are other joint efforts between EU and ASEAN, such as joint statement on climate change, high-level dialogue. And EU also contributed financially to ASEAN catalytic green finance facility that promote green finance infrastructure investment in various sectors. EU also has the connectivity partnership with Japan that promotes quality infrastructure and sustainable connectivity. And it's also very interesting to note that 70% of German businesses in Japan actually want to do and also expand their business in Southeast Asian countries. So in the area of sustainable development. Not just EU, individual EU members also contribute to climate change goals in ASEAN countries. For example, Germany is helping Vietnam's wind power development, and Netherlands is providing courses on regional environmental protection to ASEAN diplomats. And the course is offered by the University of Utrecht. And now let me switch to the national agendas. We talk about regional agreement, but we should note that the regional agreement commitment are actually intertwined with specific countries' agendas on sustainable development or climate change. So now let me use 3 countries as example. The first country, as I alluded to before, is Singapore. Singapore ratified the Paris Agreement, and Singapore aimed to peak its emission at 65 million tons of carbon dioxide, equivalent by around 2030. And the goal is to achieve net zero emission as soon as viable and after 2050. So the 2050 is the goal. And so Singapore has implemented various measures and very different from other countries. Singapore used some very important measures try to influence the private sector. For example, in 2016, Singapore Exchange introduced listing Rule 711 mandating sustainability reporting. It means that if you are listed companies, you are required to publish any reports on a comply or explain basis to show your ESG efforts. If you do not have ESG effort, and then you need to explain. And actually, this requirement influenced various banks, including DBS, which is one of the largest banks in Singapore, and to advance ESG agenda. The DBS also has a partnership with Hougang Agri, which is a global leader in natural rubber, in order to set up Heavy Connect, a digital trading platform for sustainable rubber. So you can see the impact on the private sector can be useful. And Singapore recently also unveiled the Green Plan 2030 in 2021, and this indicated the nationwide movement to advance the agenda on sustainable development. And one important feature is Jurong Island. And here you can see on the map, so you can see where Jurong Island is. Jurong Island is different from Sentosa. You cannot go there for fun. Jurong Island is a place where Singapore refined crude oil. So under Singapore Green Plan, Jurong Island will be transformed to a sustainable energy and chemical park. And also Jurong Island will produce more solar energy and fresh water in order to plant trees. So that will be a great model for other developing countries. Malaysia, which aim to become a carbon neutral society by 2050. So it also has various plans, and more importantly, it set a target of 100% of all newly registered cars to be either hybrid or electric vehicles. And this is actually very important for Taiwanese companies. And more importantly, Malaysia is implementing green building certification scheme. Indonesia is the same, but Indonesia is a very big country. So it set a target and the zero emission target by 2070. So there are various efforts, and one of the most important effort is to build a green industrial park to produce green product using only renewable energy. And that is the plan that Indonesia submitted to the UNFCCC. So here I have addressed climate change goals, climate change commitment under a free trade agreement, as well as how they complement national agenda. If you want to know more about free trade agreement, and I have a new book that will be published by Cambridge University Press. So with this, and I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much, Professor Wu.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for Professor Shea's comprehensive analysis concerning from regionalism to the regional trade agreements and to some selected countries' approach to meeting the goal of net zero targets. Thank you very much again. I appreciate for your thoughtful and insightful comments. I'm sorry, I apologize that there will be because of the time limits. May I have only one question asked? It's about European unions. I think you just mentioned about there's a bilateral agreement between EU and some other trade partners, such as ASEAN states. And as we know that in July, EU Commission has just proposed a new carbon border adjustment mechanism. So that really concern for some of the enterprises and some governments in Asia. Would you like, I'm wondering whether you can comment a little bit about your observation or your comments on how the Asian countries to respond to this European new new carbon border adjustment mechanism, because that could have the strong linkage between trade and the environment protection. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much,
Yeah.
Professor Wu, for this very, very important issue. I think a lot of Asian countries, as you alluded to, are concerned about these new tax measures. Yet, I think in current FTA, for example, the EU FTA with Vietnam and Singapore, the two agreements did not address this issue at all. So this issue may be raised during negotiation with other ASEAN countries. For example, ongoing negotiations with Indonesia. Okay, this can be a very important issue, but I think ASEAN countries are still trying to understand the way the EU will implement this region. But this issue has not been brought up in FTA negotiations specifically. So I think most ASEAN countries are adopting the wait and see approach.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for Professor Shea's thoughtful comments and insightful comments. I'm sorry, I apologize that we don't have much time for you to have the broader pictures about the linkage between trade and environment, because our next moderators and speaker has been online. So I have to say I have to wrap up this session. And again, I would like to appreciate Professor Shea's insightful comments and presentation. Thank you very much for coming. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Wu. Thank you very much, all the colleagues. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, so we are going to move to the next sections that is moderated by Professor Xin-Zhu Lin. He's an international renowned scholar in the fields of marine biology, marine science. He's from the Department of Life Science, National Zhongxin University, Taiwan. He's going to host two speech all about the blue carbon and the from Japan. Okay, so I think without further delay, I would like to lead the floor to the chairman, the moderator, Professor Lin. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction by the Professor Wu. And it's my honor to be the moderator for the next two important speech. And let me introduce the first speech. The speaker is from the Japan, and Dr. Atsushi Watanabe. He's a senior research fellow from the Ocean Policy Research Institute, Sasakawa Peace Foundation in Japan. And his topic is the development of blue carbon and credit in Japan. Let's welcome him, please. Professor.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, good. Okay. Yeah, please.
Can you see my presentation slide?
Yes, yes, yes. Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your kind introduction, Professor Lin. And I would like to also acknowledge Professor Xin-Hao Wu and all the organizing members of this wonderful international webinar. So I'm Atsushi Watanabe, the Senior Research Fellow of the Ocean Policy Research Institute of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. And I'll be talking about the development of blue carbon credit as an initial step towards realizing a sustainable use of coastal ecosystems and the blue economy. So let me start. So maybe most of you are not familiar with the blue carbon, so I would like to start by explaining what blue carbon is. The term blue carbon was first coined by United Nations Environment Program report published in 2009. And although you cannot see the color of the carbon absorbed by forest is often called green carbon, whereas the carbon absorbed and sequestered by ocean is called blue carbon. And the forest and ocean absorb about half of the carbon dioxide emitted into the atmosphere by human activities. And about half of that is absorbed by coastal ecosystems, such as seagrass bed, mangroves, and salt marshes. And since these ecosystems only cover 0.5% or so of the ocean floor, they are you can understand that they are very efficient at fixing carbon. The carbon is mainly stored in the sediment part of these ecosystems. So, and it is kept in little contact with oxygen or air for a long time. So it can capture and sequester carbon for a very long time if the ecosystem is sustained. On the other hand, if you lose these ecosystems due to development or something, the accumulated carbon comes in contact with the air or atmosphere, and it will be rapidly released into the atmosphere, accelerating the global warming. And this figure is taken from the 2018 report of the innovative Cool Earth Forum, sponsored by the Japanese government, which compares the advantages and the disadvantage of many negative emission technologies called nets. And the blue carbon is shown here. So there are a lot of green lights and only 2 yellow lights. So it indicates that this blue carbon is one of the promising nets that utilize nature, and the blue carbon has very little problems to implement technique. So, but only yellow part indicate that it can have a risk of reversal, meaning, for example, during or after the typhoons, these eclipses can be damaged or lost, then it will release the carbon dioxide. And also it has a problem of verifiability, which means because they exist in underwater, so monitoring of these ecosystems sometimes difficult. But recent technological developments such as air and underwater drone are making it easier to monitor these ecosystems. And this figure shows that the various mitigation measures which have been proposed using the ocean. And this is the blue carbon. And these 2 bar chart mean the emission mitigation potential by the year 2030 and by 2050. So in terms of the potential by 2030, blue carbon is quantitatively important as similar magnitude to the small changes in diets to a smaller carbon footprint food such as seafood. And there's no reason not to promote conservation and restoration of blue carbon ecosystems. And as the number of offshore wind turbines increase after 2030, we can expect the ocean mitigation using the renewables will be promoted. But Okay, so let's take a look at the Japan potential amount of absorption by blue carbon ecosystems in Japan. This figure shows the comparison of blue carbon absorption by forest and blue carbon ecosystems and other systems. So compared with the forest, the small amount, and mean the carbon absorption by the blue carbon ecosystem is smaller, like 1.3 million to 4 million tons per year. But because in 2030, it is expected that the forest in Japan is aging and it will have difficulty absorbing carbon dioxide as much as it is today. But blue carbon ecosystems, regarding the blue carbon ecosystems, we can expect to conserve and even create the new ecosystems, and we can enhance the amount of carbon dioxide absorbed by blue carbons. Okay, and looking at the breakdown of the blue carbon ecosystems, the absorption by in Japan, the absorption by large macroalgal bed like kelp forest occupy the more than half of the total. So, and in the case of macroalgae, it is also important to note that we in Japan we actively farm these kelps, and they we can expect carbon absorption during this process, and which I think this will be certainly be introduced by the next speaker, Mr. Hajime Tanaka. And if we go to the tropics, like southern part of Japan, we cannot ignore the absorption by mangrove forest as well. Okay, so and the mangrove forests and the tropical seagrass beds are often found to be located in coral reef area. And the coral reefs are called natural breakwater, and to create a tranquil, calm condition on the land side of them. And this creates a favorable environment for mangroves and the seagrass bed. And the healthy coral reefs are expected to be able to keep up with the rising sea level, expected to occur in the next 100 years and grow upward. So then for the southern Japan and countries like Taiwan, this is an important common issue. Okay, but coastal ecosystems are degrading and at great risk. For example, coral reefs are declining at an alarming rate due to various factors such as land soil runoff, outbreaks of predatory sea stars, and destructive and overfishing, and coral bleaching, and due to global warming. Yeah, and as you may know, coral bleaching is repeating in countries like Australia, Great Barrier Reef, and also in Japan, where I'm working. And the coral reefs repeatedly bleached in 1999 and 2007 and 2016, which made it coral reefs difficult to recover from the bleaching. Also, seagrass beds are declining, and the global area of seagrass bed is estimated to be 300,000 square kilometers, which is a similar size as that of the land area of Japan. Yeah, and this seagrass bed is decreasing at an alarming rate, about 1.5% per year, which means that the 2 soccer fields of the seagrass bed are being lost each hour. The main cause of this degradation is due to pollutant and sediment discharges and coastal development. Okay, and I know it seems sudden, but here's I want to touch upon the blue economy. And the blue economy or the sustainable ocean economy is very important policy instrument we need to promote. And in promoting the blue economy, it is important to build marine industries and the social system that utilize the wider ocean based on the sustainable use of marine and coastal resources, and through utilization of diverse ecosystem services they provide. And healthy ecosystems are important asset for fisheries, aquaculture, and the coastal tourism. And when we promote the ocean renewables, we also need to take it into consideration the its impact to these coastal ecosystems. Oops. Sorry, it's frozen. Excuse me, it seems slide is not working. Oops. Can you hear me?
Oh.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oops.
So anyone can help?
Is the side not moving? Is it? Yeah.
It seems slideshow is stopped.
Oh.
Oops.
Okay, remote now.
It's freezing.
Yeah. It seems like.
Oh, is it possible that you turn off and open it again, the PBT file?
Okay.
Yeah, probably works.
Let's try. Yeah, it's trying to stop the software. The program is trying to restart. So my apology for this.
It works?
It's trying to restart, but okay.
If not working, the other way is to reboot the computer.
Yeah, I think I fixed the problem and now trying to share the screen again. Yeah. It said page unresponsive, so I need to wait. Okay. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, great.
Okay. My apologies for the delay.
No problem.
Yeah, no
Technical
problem. Okay. Yeah, please.
Thank you.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me resume my presentation. Oops. Yeah, maybe I can start from here. Yeah, so recently the carbon neutrality and the carbon negative movements have been accelerating in the world. And in December 2002, like a company like Apple has declared its carbon neutrality by 2030, and Microsoft even will be committed to carbon negative by 2030. And in December 2020, Japan's then Prime Minister Suga stated in his policy speech that Japan would be carbon neutral by 2050. Yeah, and here, in order to answer these challenges, we established the Japan Blue Economy Association last year in Japan, July last year. And we are now promoting blue economy and blue carbon in Japan. Oops. Let me see. Yeah, and oh my God, maybe I'm using the wrong slide. I'm sorry. Okay, maybe I lost a slide, so what? Can you see the slide now?
Yes, yes.
In the full screen mode. Okay, my apologies again. And yeah, we are promoting the blue economy in Japan, and we are trying to answer the potential need from the private sector as well as local government, which wants to promote the carbon neutral. Yeah, and we did a demonstration project of the blue carbon offset scheme called J Blue Credit March this year, and this is a relationship between the offset credit system and the Japan Blue Economy Association. So let's say that the company has a goal of a net zero emission target, but they have unavoidable emissions due to their activities. And some groups like NPOs or citizen groups or Fisher's group working on the conservation or restoration of blue carbon ecosystems can provide a blue carbon as a carbon creator. And then the companies can purchase the blue carbon created by these activities. And the Japan Blue Economy Association is in between them and trying to make the trade, the blue carbon tradable between these two entities. Yeah, and okay. And we did a demonstration of the blue carbon credit this March, and our Sasaka Peace Foundation, Ocean Policy Research Institute, is also participating as a member and promoting the research in this initiative. And yeah, like companies like 7-Eleven Japan purchased the blue carbon credit and even offsetted some of their activities from the blue carbon created by NPOs and local fishermen in the Yokohama area, which is not far from Tokyo. Yeah, and we demonstrate the financial mechanism to include the ecosystem services into the market. But this is, I think, only an initial step because it's only evaluate the carbon value of the ecosystems. But actually, the ecosystems has more diverse ecosystem services or environmental value, such as biodiversity preservation or water purification or many other environmental values. So, and I think we should promote this kind of move to rebuild the marine life because it's a pressing issue to rebuild the marine life, including the coral reefs, which has been advocated by many international fora and like scientific communities. And the blue carbon can only answer the SDG 13 of the climate, like a carbon value only. But in the next step, we should promote the more values like a contribution to the SDG 14, the marine biodiversity, and also like SDG 11, like creation of a sustainable society, coastal societies. So this is what we are doing now, and actually many municipalities, more than 400 municipalities in Japan have declared themselves carbon neutral by 2050, and which also includes many coastal municipalities and island municipalities. And but they don't have a clear roadmap yet, so we should promote we should promote the research to be implementable to these societies toward the carbon neutral, and we are also including the blue carbon. So I think that's all from me, and thank you very much for your attention and my apologies for the technical problems. Thank you.
Thank you for the comprehensive talk and for the introduction of the blue carbon. And also, it's good to create a funding mechanism for the blue carbon. I think that's very important for the restoration or the conservation of this blue carbon ecosystem. Is any question for Dr. Watanabe? Anyone? If not, I have one question, and for the Dr. Watanabe. And I'm wondering, because this carbon credit is created or investigated by the municipalities, or we call the citizen science. And is that the carbon credit can be was authorized by the government, and also this carbon credit can enter the carbon trade market?
Yeah, Professor Lin, thank you very much for the important question. And actually, coastal municipalities are trying to use some of their budget to conserve or restore blue carbon ecosystems
Yes.
and create a blue carbon credit, but they don't have necessarily enough budget to do so, and that's why we are trying to promote the financial mechanism to get more funding from the private sector, which is like for example, fan of that area, big fan of the area, or who is doing some business in the area, and they want to contribute to the conservation or restoration of the ecosystem. So we now try to incorporate that kind of a financial mechanism, and yeah, so far it's working okay and good. And regarding the carbon trade with maybe overseas in the overseas market.
Yes.
Maybe your question may be like that. And we are now doing it in domestically. So meaning we are now promoting to increase the size of the market in Japan. But we are also envisioning that this carbon trade will be, I mean, the rule we are making will be also internationally valid. So we are also working or discussing with the international partners how our Japan J-Blue credit can be traded with internationally.
Okay, great. Thank you for your talk, and I think it's a very important issue. And because the time is limited, so we have to proceed the last talk in the morning. So thank you, Dr. Watanabe. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, let me introduce the next talk. The speaker is the Mr. Hajime Tanaka. And he is the research fellow from the Ocean Policy Research Institute, Sasagawa Peace Foundation in Japan. And his talk is the kelp industry and its effectiveness in blue carbon. Case of Hakodate, Japan. Please welcome.
Thank you for kind introduction, Professor Lin. Good morning and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Hajime Tanaka, a research fellow at the Ocean Policy Research Institute of Sasaka Peace Foundations. So let me share my slide, but I kind of have a problem to share the screen now. So can I ask? I already sent my PowerPoint in the format of the PDF to the Professor Wu. So can you, Professor, can you share the screen instead of me?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
See. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, let me introduce myself again. So I am Hajime Tanaka, research fellow at the Ocean Policy Research Institute. And then today's presentation is the kelp industry and its effectiveness in blue carbon case of Hakodate, Japan. So the kelp has a kind of very high kind of impact as a blue carbon, but on the same time, it has a kind of economic value. And then here we choose the case study of the Hakoda city located in the west southern part of Hokkaido. So could you move on to the next slide? Thank you so much. So actually first, let me explain about what is blue carbon. So as mentioned by the Dr. Watanabe in the previous section, the term of the blue carbon firstly appeared in the report of the UNEP 2009. And in the report, they say that blue carbon is a carbon captured by the world ocean, and it represents more than 50% of the green carbon. And the carbon captured by the living organisms in ocean is stored in the form of the sediments from the mangrove, salt marshes, and the seagrasses. The good point of the blue carbon is that it does not remain stored for decades or centuries, but rather for millennia. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. But even however, the kelp was kind of overlooked as a blue carbon until recently. Following the Karen and Thomas 2020, they say that the kelp forests have been overlooked in the evaluation of this blue carbon. They conclude that the omission of this kelp forest from the blue carbon assessment significantly underestimate the carbon storage and the sequestration potential from vegetated coastal ecosystem globally. The reason why the kelp was omitted from the blue carbon was explained by the Freeman 2019. They explained that it is because it is difficult to precisely measure how much carbon is sequestered and exported to the deep sea. Next slide, please. So let me explain about the role of the kelp as a blue carbon. The firstly, the blue carbon sinks are built by the plants and trees, otherwise known as angiosperm, such as mangroves, salt marshes, plants, and seagrasses. But the coastal ocean also contains vast areas covered with algal beds. The most macroalgal beds, include the kelp forest, do not bully carbon because they grow on the rocky substrates where breeding is impossible. So next slide, please. So let me explain about the pathways, how the kelp sequestration of macroalgae carbon into the deep sea. So sorry, this is kind of a, could you expand the picture? Sorry. Can you? Can you expand the picture?
Yeah, Tanaka-san.
It's different? Okay, okay. No problem. Thank you so much.
Well, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, on the upper left hand, there's a kelp, and the kelp takes up the carbon dioxide via the photosynthesis. So at the moment, they absorb the carbon dioxide into themselves. After that, the plant detritus will. Oh, thank you so much, Professor. And then after that, the plant detritus will float out to the sea, and after that, they sink into the deep sea. At the moment, the carbon will be sequestered in the deep sea. So in this kind of a system, the kelp absorbs the carbon dioxide from the air, and then the carbon dioxide is sequestered in the deep sea water. Because it is very difficult to estimate the amount of the carbon dioxide in the deep sea, that's the reason why the blue carbon was kind of excluded as a blue carbon resource. Next slide, please. And then, okay, thank you so much. And then some study compared the efficiency of the kelp with other seagrasses for the absorption of the carbon dioxide. The study of the Hori 2020 compared how much the absorption velocity the kelp has compared with other seagrasses by each year and each hectare. So they compare the annual fast production of the eelgrass bed and the sargassum bed and kelp bed and temperate kelp bed and cedar. The kelp bed is normally grown up in the kind of cold water, but the some of the kelp grow up in the kind of warmer water, which is called the temperate kelp bed. So as you can see from this graphics, the kelp bed and the temperate kelp bed has the kind of a higher absorption velocity of the carbon dioxide compared with other seagrasses. Next slide, please. And this Hori 2020 applies another kind of a calculation format following the IPCC guideline, and he compared the absorption coefficient of the each blue carbons in each year in each hectare. They compare the kelp bed absorption coefficient with that of the seagrass, seaweed bed, Athenia bed, mangrove, and marshall tideland. So as you can see from this table, the first mangrove has the highest average and max of absorption coefficient on the carbon dioxide, and kelp bed is the second highest. So as you can see from these two results, we can say that kelp is very efficient as a kind of a method of the decreasing the carbon dioxide as a blue carbon. Next slide, please. In addition, the kelp has a kind of a social economic value. The UNEP 2009 says that the ocean blue carbon sinks, along with the coral reefs and the kelp communities, all fulfill very important function in the coastal zone while providing the opportunities for jobs and the coastal prosperity. So we can say that the kelp itself has a high economic impact on the region where it has been consumed as food resources. And Japan is one of such a country. So Japan has a long history of the eating kelp, which have created Japanese food culture for long. And then the one of the region of Japan, northern part of Japan, Hokkaido Prefecture, has produced more than 90% of the kelp in Japan, and it sustains the food culture of Japan. Next slide, please. So let me explain about the history of the kelp in Japan. The most ancient report where kelp appeared was the Shoku Nihongi, which is Japanese historical record in AD 797. And in that book, they say that the kelp was devoted to the imperial court for long years in Ezo area. Ezo area is current Hokkaido prefecture region. So therefore, we can say that the Hokkaido prefecture has sustained the kelp culture more than 1,200 years in Japan. So let me explain about this. This graphic is a map of the kind of kelp species in Hokkaido, and this Hakodate region, which is located in the southern west southern part of the Hokkaido, has the produced is the Gagome kelp and Ma kelp. As you can see from the graphics, the Hokkaido has kind of a lot of species of kelp. So, for example, in the blue regions near side of the Hakodate, they produce a Gagome kelp and Ma kelp. In the western part, in the purple area near the side of the Otaru, they produce a Hosome kelp. In the pink area near the Wakanai, Rishiri kelp was produced. In the right hand and in the east hand, the Laos area in the orange color produce the Laos kelp. In the yellow area near side of Kushido and Nemuro have the Naga kelp, and the green area of the Mitsuishi, southern part of Hokkaido, has the Hidaka kelp. So as you can see from these graphics, the Hokkaido has a lot of the diversity on the species of the kelp. Next slide, please. So let me explain about the kelp industry in Hakoda City. So first of all, the Hakoda City covers the 20% of the kelp production in Japan. And in addition, around 25% of the fishermen in Hakodate are working as a kelp-related industry. So therefore, we can say that kelp industry is a kind of one of the basic regional industry in Hakodate. So as I mentioned, Hakodate produces two types of the kelp, Ma kelp, which is Laminaria japonica, and the Gagome kelp, which is Saccharina scalpella. Next slide, please. And then the aquaculture of the kelp is very famous in Hakodate. So this pictures explains the cultivating process of kelp in Hakoda City. So first of all, on the upper left hand, they collect the natural kelp because they have to obtain the seedlings from the natural kelp. So obtaining natural kelp from the seed, they put them into the newspaper and dry them to get the seedlings. So after get the seedlings, they put them into the water box and increase the number of the seedlings. And after they increase the number of seedlings, they put those kind of seedlings into the rope, and then they breed them in the cold water from October to November. And after that, they grow the kelp from the December to June. So for this period, they have to wake up like early morning at 2 or 3 a.m. and then they grow the kelp. And from July to August, finally they can land the kelp from the ocean. And after that, they dry and fix them and sell as a product. Next slide, please. And as a result, Hakodate has a diverse types of the kelp flowers. Some of them are kind of a dried kelp, so they are used for the cook the soup. But on the same time, some of the kelp are kind of mixed as a kind of a sweets. So they are kind of eaten daily in Japan. Next slide, please. Even I say that the kelp is very important industry in Hakodate, but recently the volume of the landings of kelp is decreasing in Hakodate. The left hand shows the kind of graphics of the changes of the volume of landings in Hakodate from 1991 to 2018. So in 1991, the total volume of landings of the kelp was more than 9,000 tons, but in 2018, it becomes less than 4,000 tons. And the Hatamiya 2014 explains the three factors, and then there are the decreasing natural kelp by bad weather and the decreasing number of fishermen and the aged fishermen. For the first factor, sorry. Sorry, thank you so much. And then for the first factor, because as I mentioned, to cultivate the kelp, they have to get the kind of seedlings from the natural kelp. But because of the climate change, recently the ocean situation of near side of the Hakodate is getting bad and bad. So now the amount of the natural kelp is decreasing. So as a result, they cannot calibrate many kelps. As a result, the total production of the kelp is decreasing Hakodate. For the second reason, now the number of the fishermen is decreasing because young fishermen don't like to work in the kelp industry because the kelp industry is very labor intensive. So as I mentioned, they have to wake up early in the morning, and the way they dry the kelp, they have a kind of a factory, but the factory is very kind of they have a lot of steam, so it's like a sauna to work in there. So the young fishermen don't like to work in the kelp industry. As a result, the number of the fishermen is decreasing. In addition, for the same reason, now the fisherman is getting aged and aged, so the working efficiency of the fisherman is decreasing. So because of those three factors, now the production of the kelp in Hakodate is dramatically decreasing. Next slide, please. So actually, in order to change the situation, the Hakodate City created some project, which is called the International Fisheries and Ocean City. Because Hakodate City tried to make the Hakodate as a kind of ocean cluster industry. So they want to establish the ocean cluster industry inside of Hakodate. So they established some project. So the project is the kind of industry, academia, and government collaboration. And then it is under the concept of the International Fisheries and Ocean City, and it was launched in 2003. This project has kind of a successful project, and the Gagome Care project is one of them, and let me introduce about it. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. And then the Gagome Care project was started from 2003 and ended up in 2018. And for this project, Hakodate Foundation and Hokkaido University were collaborate together. And using Kagome Cap, they created more than 200 kinds of the products of the Gagome Cap. And the right-hand picture shows those kind of Gagome Cap products. Some of them are dried kelp, and some of them are used for the sweet, some of them are used for the kind of soy sauce, like that. The interesting is that, interesting is that before this project was launched, the Gagome kelp didn't have any economic value. Therefore, the fishermen wasted the Gagome kelp in their fishing. But after this project was launched, the economic value of the Gagome kelp was increased. So therefore, it increased income of the fishermen. Next slide, please. And then they calculated how much economic impact was caused by this Gagome kelp product by themselves. According to the news article of the Hakodate City, it reported that the regional economic impact of the Gagome kelp product was estimated to 22 billion JPY, which is 22 million US dollar for 10 years in total. Because they didn't mention anything about how much job was created, so I and Fan estimated the job opportunity using the input-out table of Hakodate, and estimated that more than 2,000 employment opportunity was created by this project. Next slide, please. So this is my conclusion. First, as I mentioned, kelp has a large impact of the decreasing carbon dioxide compared with other blue carbon resources. However, kelp was often excluded as blue carbon resource until recently because of the difficulty of estimating the carbon dioxide in the deep sea. In addition, the kelp itself has economic value to the region where kelp has been consumed as a product such as Japan. Therefore, enhancing the kelp industry could achieve the net zero society while having the sustainable economic growth. Next slide, please. So finally, this is our discussion. Even I insisted that the kelp is very efficient method to achieve the net zero society with economic growth. However, we have to think about that kelp industry emit carbon dioxide on the process of the production. For example, in the landings, they use a fishing vessel, which consumes a lot of the energy, and it emits a lot of the carbon dioxide. After that, they will send this kind of carbon to the market, and at the moment, they use a car, and it also emits the carbon dioxide. In the machinery, in the drain, they use a kind of a really old machinery, so they use a lot of energy, and the moment a lot of the carbon dioxide will be emitted. So we have to think about the net amount of the carbon dioxide by enhancing the kelp industry. And now I and Fang are doing study on that issue. This is all my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you for the very interesting talk by Mr. Tanaka. And I also very impressive about the absorption of carbon dioxide by the kelp. It's 4 times the absorption relative to seagrass. But I'm wondering if the carbon dioxide absorbed by the kelp, they can be accounted for by the storage of the carbon, because although it's a very strong or intensive absorption, but I think the more important is how can the carbon dioxide can be stored. So I'm wondering if the eating can be accounted for the storage of carbon dioxide.
Thank you so much for a really kind of important question. So actually, yeah, as I mentioned, generally it is said that the blue carbon can kind of save the carbon dioxide inside for really kind of longer years. In the report of the UNEP, they say that it's kind of a millennium, you know. So actually, we need more kind of a scientific evaluation on that, but it is often, it is generally said that it can sustain like for really long decades. And then the point I have to care is that if I say that Japanese eat kind of a kelp, right? But there's no scientific report how much of the carbon dioxide was kind of decreased by eating the kelp. So even the kelp can absorb the carbon dioxide, but after we eat the kelp, the human body also emits the carbon dioxide, right? By the eating. So actually in the net amount, we are not sure how much carbon dioxide is decreased. This is also another issue we have to study.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you. I think that our timing is good, because although there was some delay in previous talks, but Mr. Tanaka saved much time for us. So very thank you for your saving the time. And I think that this is the last talk in the morning. So I will thank the 2 speakers to give us a very interesting and comprehensive talk. And so I think it's the break for lunch. So it's thank you for the Dr. Watanabe and Mr. Tanaka. And so the time is back to the organization committee. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Sorry for a technical problem. Thank you, Dr. Lin and Dr. Watanabe and Mr. Tanaka for your insightful speech. And now we will have a 45-minute lunch break from now on to 2 o'clock. And see you in the afternoon.
Hello, Professor Wu, can you hear me?
Yeah? Michael, is that you?
Professor Wu, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I seem to have a problem with my another computer, so I cannot hear you, and then I cannot hear myself either. Okay, I will do some tests later, so no worries. I will maybe return earlier to test if my system is okay. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. We won't turn off the connection. So yeah, even for the YouTube.
可以吗？
张老师你好，谢谢谢谢谢谢谢谢你今天帮我们主持。哦，没有看到。
Hi there, how are you?
Hi, oh, just a minute, just a
Good
minute.
to see you.
I
How
get
are
the.
you? Xing, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm I'm putting on the microphone. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can
Can you
hear,
hear me?
yes. The only
Yes?
thing is
Okay.
that I am afraid I cannot share my PowerPoint.
Oh, yeah, no problem. I just got your slides.
Oh,
During the
okay.
lunch break, yes, I checked the mail and I download your file. So if you have any problems, so we can help.
Okay,
So,
probably I'll ask you to do it because
so you mean you don't familiar with the WebEx?
no, I never use it.
I never use it. Okay. Well, it's quite popular now in Taiwan. Yeah. And also the host of the session, Professor Shen Zhangxu, is also online. Yeah, just say hi to him.
Hi,
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm fine. How about you?
I'm good.
That's
Good
good.
to meet you. I am so impressed. You have done such an amazing work, inviting so many people, so interesting.
Yeah, this conference is very, very interesting. It invite a lot of experts from all over the world. Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
So how is the weather in Australia right now? Are you in
Look,
Australia?
in Australia, yes. It has been, we're now in spring. It's springtime here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been good. Now it has been very rainy the last few days, but it's still not very warm, very pleasant.
Wow, that's nice.
Weather.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in Taiwan, how are things?
We are going to the fall. So right now, the temperature is going down, so it's beginning to feel cool. So that's
Yeah.
nice. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
So have you been in Taiwan before?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
I've been very lucky to come before the pandemic.
oh, really? Okay.
Yes, so I met Tsingao when I was there, and it was a university visit. We have been to many places, so it was fantastic.
So hope you have another chance to come to Taiwan to visit. Yeah.
That's right. I hope so. How have you been? Very busy?
Uh,
Yeah, well,
we
you're asking me or or we are all busy, I think. Yeah. Yeah, so we are in the middle, just the beginning of the semester. But we have 2 weeks
Yes.
online course, but we start the in-person class this week. So we
Yeah,
have
okay.
a lot of burden. How about in the university? Are you resuming the in-person class yet?
No, we're still all online, everything
still
online.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But
okay.
I heard that in Australia, I think the pandemic has been controlled.
Yes, well, we have been in a very, very long lockdown in Sydney,
Mhm.
Melbourne as well, for almost 4 months.
Oh, 4 months. Wow, that's a long time.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's only this week that we are able to go out, so it has been very long.
Wow.
So how do you
Kids
get,
are
how do
not
you
back
get
to
the
school
supply
yet.
and foods? Yeah, how do you get the supply and foods?
So we
do you-
could only go to supermarkets, pharmacy. We could only go maximum 5 kilometers from home.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else.
So can you go outside, exercise, go jogging or?
Exercise. But we couldn't gather. Or even outside, we couldn't gather.
Okay.
It was just for exercising.
Mm-hmm.
Just family members. Kids
Okay.
are still out of school, so it
Mm-hmm.
has been really difficult.
Okay.
Yeah.
we have the pandemic in Taiwan is well controlled, but in the May we have a breakdown. So, but right now it's controlled very well. So we begin to kind of having class this week in person. So it's kind of getting to normal again. So so we are kind of lucky in this sense.
Yes, definitely, definitely. So when does the semester has just recently started? When does it start in Taiwan?
Our semester is starting September 22nd, but we have 3 weeks for online course, and in this week we begin to have a class for in person.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because most of the students get vaccinated during this 3 week. So that's why the government kind of allowed the university student to come back to campus.
Okay. All right.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I think we just catch up. Well,
Yes,
I told you in the morning. Thank you very much for coming and for the opening ceremony for Beatrice. Thank you very much. I saw you online and actively participate our webinar. I have highly appreciate that. Okay. I think it's about time. We resumed our conference at 2 o'clock. So yeah, it's time. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone online and all the participants and on the meeting room and also on the YouTube. On the YouTube, there were many audience from Southeast Asia, our partner universities from Bicol University in Philippines and Tanjung Pulao University, Indonesia, and Nông Nam University in Vietnam, and also for students and faculties from RIT Institute in India. So some of the students will be on YouTube watching online the live conference. Okay, okay. So we resumed our afternoon session. We will probably present to you the moderator. I would like to do some brief introduction. Is my colleague, Associate Professor Xu Zhenzang. He's from the Department of Applied Economics of National University of Kaohsiung. And he's going to be hosting a distinguished speaker we invite from School of Law and Western Sydney University. So I think the floor is yours, Professor Xu, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wu, and welcome to the first section in the afternoon. And in this section, we have the honor to invite Dr. Beatrice Garcia from Western Sydney University. And Dr. Garcia is an expert in international law, particularly in the Amazon rainforest. And he has a book called The Amazon from an International Law Perspective. So today, he will talk about REACH Plus program and the forest protection on indigenous land in Amazon. So please welcome Dr. Garcia. So you may proceed.
Thank you so much for this kind introduction, Professor Sean. And I would ask if you can, Professor Wu, to share my PowerPoint with all of you, if that's okay. So today I will take you to another part of the world. I will talk about the Amazon, which is in South America, where I come from. Although I'm here in Australia, I'm a South American from Brazil. And I wanted to tell you about my research on RED+. So you can maybe pass the slide, Professor Wu, please. Maybe I can do it myself here. No, I cannot. So next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
Yes. All right. So the research I want to talk to you about today is about RED+ and forest protection on indigenous lands in the Amazon. RED Plus is the acronym for Reducing Emissions from Deforestation and Degradation. It is a mechanism that has been created under the United Nations, discussed under the United Nations, to compensate, to pay developing countries for protecting their forests. Okay, so this research, you can go to the next one, please. This research has been developed with other colleagues. Maybe you cannot see their names, but they are 3 other colleagues that have developed this research with me, and it has been published. I also wanted to say that before being an academic at Western Sydney, I used to work for a carbon trading company here in Australia, and we developed forest carbon projects that were commercialized here in Australia, and so we were generating credits that were bought by companies, universities, private sector. So based on this experience that I had with the carbon markets, I wrote about this research, and I'll tell you a little bit more today. So next one, please. Right. So the research questions that we wanted to address with this research were basically these 2 ones here. Is it currently viable to develop RED Plus projects on indigenous lands in the Brazilian Amazon? If so, what are the legal requirements? Okay, and is it a good idea to develop RED Plus projects in the Amazon, given the current policy circumstances that I will tell you about? Okay, next one, please. Right, so to answer those research questions, we looked at 3 key aspects of RED Plus, which involve legal, technical, and market requirements. And I'll tell you about each of those aspects as we move on. Next one, please. Yes. So before we start, I wanted to just clarify what we mean about RED Plus. And we realized in our research that RED Plus means several things. It means, for example, a funded-based mechanism under the Climate Change Convention, where developing countries require funding from the UNFCCC, the Climate Change Convention, to develop projects. But it can also mean just a market mechanism in the voluntary market. This is the option number 1 there, okay? So we used that definition of RED Plus to try to answer those questions. And I will explain you a little more what RED Plus as a market mechanism in the voluntary market, what this means. Next one, please. Right. Basically, there are 2 types of markets, of carbon markets. One is the compliance market. In the compliance market, we have regulated entities, states, for example, that want to buy carbon offsets because they have an obligation to reduce emissions. This is what we saw happening, for example, in the Kyoto Protocol emissions trading scheme, or under the European emissions trading scheme as well, okay? In the voluntary market, we have entities which can be states, can be companies, can be universities, can be individuals buying credits, but they are not obliged, legally obliged to buy credits. They buy credits for in a voluntary basis. For marketing, branding, ethical reasons, they are buying credits, okay? So we are talking about RED Plus as a market mechanism in the voluntary market where there are no legal obligations to reduce emissions, okay? That's where, yes, thank you, that's good. You can move on it. In the voluntary carbon markets, there are different standards. Think, for example, of certification standards, for example, the FSC. It's very similar what happens here. We have all those standards where we develop RED Plus projects. These projects are audited, and if everything is fine, if we have reduced carbon emissions, avoided carbon emissions, then credits are issued, and you then commercialize those credits and get money from those credits, okay? So these standards are those ones here. There are various carbon standards, but the main one is the VCS, this first one, which is Verified Carbon Standard. The VCS is where most of the REDD+ projects that we examined and that exist in reality are. Okay, so that's the standard most used for those type of projects. Thank you, can move on. Right, so let us now start talking about the legal requirements. So we said there are three aspects of REDD+, the legal, technical, and market requirements. So let us start talking about the legal requirements. The questions we wanted to ask here are these ones. Are we allowed to develop REDD+ projects in the voluntary market in Brazil, particularly on indigenous lands? Okay, if there are no legal prohibition, what are the requirements that those projects have to meet? What they can and cannot do? These are the questions that we try to answer here. Next one, please. Right. So to answer those questions, we looked at all those laws in Brazil, starting with the federal constitution, climate change, and REDD+ policies. We look at the forest code as well, and also laws that are specific to REDD+, laws and policies. Okay. Next one, please. By looking at all this legislation under the Brazilian law, this is what we have concluded. So the question was, does the Brazilian law allow REDD+ projects in the voluntary market? And these are our conclusions. There is no legal prohibition, so there is no law saying that we cannot develop REDD+ projects in the voluntary market, but there are no specific laws on REDD+ as a market mechanism in the voluntary market. So, because we don't have specific laws on REDD+ in the voluntary market, we are using general rules, those ones that I have showed you in the previous slide. Okay, next one, please. Right. So the other question that we had to answer was this. Does the Brazilian law allow the development of REDD+ on indigenous land? Okay, because our concern was whether we should or could develop REDD+ projects on indigenous lands. Okay, so to answer that question, we look at the federal constitution, the Indigenous Peoples Statute in Brazil, and these other national policies that you see here that relate to traditional peoples and communities in Brazil. By looking at all this legislation, what we argued is that these laws and policies, they establish some core rights for indigenous communities, okay? If REDD+ projects in the voluntary market, they do not go against those core rights, then those projects should be permitted. Because as I said before, there is no direct, explicit legal prohibition in the Brazilian legislation saying we cannot develop REDD+ projects, okay? But then the question was, if we developed those projects, what are the requirements that we have to follow? So this is what we try to answer in this research, what REDD+ can and cannot do. Next one, please. So let us start by explaining what REDD+ cannot do. This is considering those laws that I have just showed you, okay? Right, so if REDD+ projects go against those core rights, for example, if they limit the exercise that indigenous peoples have, the access they have to the land, for example, under the India Statute, those projects would be illegal, okay? If they go against, for example, the traditional values and cultural identity of those communities, they would be illegal as well or unconstitutional, okay? So basically, we have identified those core rights, applying for indigenous peoples and for REDD+ projects. And if we go against those core rights, as you see here, then those projects would be either illegal or unconstitutional. So this is what REDD+ cannot do. Okay, next one, please. So now the question was, if there is no legal prohibition, what do these projects must do? And these are our main conclusions in relation to that question. Basically, there are a few things that project developers have to follow. For example, they have to prove that they have asked and they have obtained prior informed consent from indigenous communities. They have to show that there will be access and benefit sharing for the benefits arising out of those projects. All those requirements are established under Law 13123 of 2015, which is the law on access to genetic resources. So those projects would have to follow those requirements under that legislation. Next one, please. Right. So I've spoken about the legal requirements for developing REDD+ projects. Now the second aspect was the technical requirements. What it is that we have to observe, what are the legal requirements for developing, technical requirements for developing REDD+ projects in the voluntary market. Next one. Next one, please. Yes, okay. Thank you. I won't go into too much detail because it would be too much information for you. But in our paper, we explain what are the steps that are required for developing REDD+ projects. And it's actually very complex. There are basically 5 steps that are involved in developing those projects. And each of those steps are very technically complicated and complex, okay? So we have these are the steps number 1 and 2. You can move on, please. And then from 3 to 5. So you have to do all those things. And the final step is when we prove that with your REDD+ project, you are avoiding carbon emissions, okay? If you prove that, your project is audited by those standards that I mentioned before, okay? And if they are happy with the information, with the auditing, then you have carbon credits that are issued. And 1 carbon credit corresponds to 1 ton of avoided emissions, and it has a dollar value. And then you can commercialize those credits. And when you receive funding and money out of those selling of carbon credits, this goes to the project developer. The project developer can be individuals, can be a community, can be an indigenous community, for example, okay? So you have to go through all those steps to be able to generate credits and then commercialize credits. Next one, please. Right. So I have showed you quickly what are the technical requirements for developing REDD+. Then we moved on to the market requirements. Here, what we wanted to understand is this. What is the state of the voluntary carbon market? Is it viable to develop REDD+ projects from a market perspective? In other words, what we wanted to see is whether there was market demand for REDD+ projects. So we looked at all existing REDD+ projects in the Brazilian Amazon under that first standard called VCS, the Verified Carbon Standard, to see if they were performing well. So were those projects selling credits? For how much? Okay, were they performing well? Because if they were, then we could say that it was worthwhile to develop new REDD+ projects in the Amazon because they were being profitable, they were performing well. So we were looking at the market requirements for those existing REDD+ projects in the Brazilian Amazon. Next one, please. Next one, I'll show you probably the next one will be easier to explain. Next one. Yes, this one. This is the analysis that we have done of existing REDD+ projects in the Brazilian Amazon under the verified carbon standard. Are those projects performing well? Are they selling credits? Okay. So this is what we have concluded from the data that we got from the VCS, the verified carbon standard. All this data is public, so you can get information about credit sales, how much, for how much, all those things are available, right? So you can see here this dotted line is represents what is called the claimable emissions. What does it mean? It means the following. Every project has a potential of credits, so we make calculations at the beginning of the project, and you know how much, what are the expected carbon credits that can be sold by that project. These are the claimable emissions, okay? So the potential of credit offsets that a project can generate. So these projects have these very high claimable emissions, which is the dotted line. But what we see with this data that we examined is that the existing VCS projects in the Brazilian Amazon, they have actually been in the green line here, okay? So they're actually selling very few credits compared to what they could be selling, which is in the dotted, on the dotted line, okay? So this graph does show us that the carbon credits that are currently being sold by existing REDD+ projects are very few. Are those credits under that green line, and the potential is much higher, okay? And this is because, okay, you can move on. Okay, these are some additional challenges also that are related to REDD+ projects, which we call the fee staircase. So for each of those steps that I have showed you before that are required for REDD+ projects, we have fees and costs attached, okay? So for example, when you have done all your paperwork, you have calculated the carbon emissions that you avoid with your project, you have done all the paperwork, submitted your paperwork, then your project is audited by that standard, the VCS, for example. So you have to pay auditor fees. You have to pay consultant fees as well for doing all this paperwork, all the technical work. Then you have to register your project. It involves costs as well. Then you have someone who has to be selling your carbon credits. Normally it's a brokerage company. This company will be commercializing the credits. All that has to do with the project management as well. For example, submitting regular reports to the VCS or other carbon standard. All those things involve costs and money, and they are all very technically complicated, okay? So this is also something to consider if, for example, an indigenous community wants to start or develop new REDD+ projects. Next one, please. Right, so this is the answer that we have given to our main research question, which was, is it a good idea to develop new REDD+ projects in the Brazilian Amazon on indigenous lands? So considering those three aspects, the legal requirements, the technical aspects related to REDD+, and the current state of the market, we concluded that although legally possible, okay, there's no prohibition under the Brazilian law saying you cannot develop REDD+ projects, it is not probably advisable to develop new REDD+ projects today. And why is that? If you look at the tech legal requirements, the issue is there is no certainty, there is no laws or policies, for example, under the Climate Change Convention, establishing a compulsory carbon market. This may happen under the Paris Agreement, under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, but there is not yet established a compulsory carbon market under the climate change regime. There is no compulsory market in Brazil either, or a policy or a law incentivizing REDD+ projects in Brazil. So there is a legal uncertainty as to whether we'll even have that compulsory market in the future, right? In terms of the technical requirements, as I have showed you, there are several steps and requirements in developing REDD+ projects, which are not only technically complex, but also very costly, okay? And the third aspect, and probably the most important, is the one that relates to the market status of REDD+ projects in the voluntary market. And as I showed you with that graph, we have seen that there's not enough demand for REDD+ credits, at least for now. If that situation changes, and that situation in the markets may change, then REDD+ projects may become an attractive and viable tool for forest protection, not only in Brazil, but in other forest areas around the world. But for now, our conclusion was that REDD+ projects in the voluntary market are not an attractive tool for protecting forests in the Amazon and probably in other forest areas. Thank you so very much. This is what I wanted to share with you today. If you have any questions, that it's a very complex topic. So if you have any questions, if things are not clear, I'm very happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia, for sharing us with her work on the REDD project on the forest protection. And so I might have a question is because your study is focused on Brazil only, right?
Yes.
So we know that the Amazon rainforest cover like 8 countries or 9 countries. So have you tried to kind of consider to kind of go through one by one for each country to see that if it is possible for each country to kind of have a REDD+ program to implement in those countries? Have you studied that, or you already did?
That is an excellent question indeed. We tend to think that the Amazon is Brazilian because Brazil has most of the Amazon, but it is indeed shared. It's an ecosystem that is shared by 8 countries. Mm-hmm. And some other countries, for example, Peru, Colombia as well, they do have REDD+ projects as well.
Okay.
So that would be very interesting to see if these other countries are doing better, if they're selling more credits, if how their projects are performing. But we just look at Brazil just because we had to look at very detailed data about credit sales and all that. So we concentrated in Brazil and indigenous lands projects, but definitely we could have looked at other countries, and that would be an interesting thing to do probably.
So thank you. I have another follow-up question. Is it because Dr. Garcia, you are from Brazil, right?
Yes.
So you know Brazil very well. So is the government kind of willing to kind of support this kind of program, or do they have a kind of a motivation to kind of promote this program, the REDD+ program?
Yes. Thank you so much, Professor Shaw. That's another very good question. So we have our climate change policy says that we may create in the future a compulsory REDD+, a compulsory carbon market in Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but this market has not yet been created.
Okay.
Right? It may be created in the future. But the problem is, as you may have heard, our current Brazilian government is very anti-environment. They're doing a very bad job. They don't take it seriously. They don't take climate change seriously. So it's very unlikely that the current government will do anything about carbon markets. So maybe we'll have to wait for the next, hopefully, very soon a next government will come. We'll have elections next year, but very unlikely to have anything happening with the current government.
Okay, yeah, because we all know that the Amazon rainforest is very important, and I recently read a report from CNN. It's kind of it's disturbing to find that a lot of forest was burned down to agricultural use, and so I kind of think that your project is very important for you for the future to protect the rainforest. Yeah.
Thank you so very much. And I also wanted to maybe one last comment is that this mechanism, REDD+ under the VCS or as a market mechanism, we were looking at the Amazon, but it is a mechanism that is available for every country. So it is very relevant for this region, for our region here, Asia Pacific as well, because this could be used in Indonesia and Papua New Guinea, other forest countries. So this is something to be considered as well.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. And because the time is up, so we are very thank you for you to join us for this conference and give us a wonderful speech for the Race Plus program. And so we hope we will have you next time to share more about your work. So I will keep my get back to the host of the conference, Dr. Wu.
Okay,
Thank
appreciate
you so
for
much.
Dr. Beatrice wonderful sharing about the REDD+ project, and it will be quite helpful for futures NetZero targets achievement. Thank you very much. And also, I appreciate my colleague, Professor Xu, as hosting. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next section. Will be the Young Scholar Forum. I will probably introduce the moderator for the Young Scholar Forum sessions, Professor Bernard Yu Chen Kao. Hi, thank you very much for coming. And Professor Gao is the Vice Dean of International College of Innovation and Industry License of National Chongqing University. And he is also the former Dean of the School of Law in Chongqing University. So he will be hosting the two speakers for the session. But I would like to say that the second speaker, Ms. Sakiko, because she owes to a duty, emergent duty, so she has already pre-recorded her speech on video clips. Okay. So without further delay, I would like to give the floor to the Dean Kao. Okay, the floor is yours, Professor Kao, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Young Scholars Forum. First of all, thanks for having me as the moderator for this session. Now, I think that it is very valuable to provide a forum for young scholars because the young generation is most certainly going to face the consequences of climate change. And therefore, it is very important to know what they think and what they do. Now, we have two very brilliant young scholars for this session. The first one, Mr. Kevin Christopher Go, Hello, Kevin.
Hello, Professor.
Kevin, yes. Kevin is a PhD candidate of National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, Tokyo, Japan. And the topic of his presentation is the importance of capability development for innovation intermediaries in sustainable agriculture cases of rice and mango industry organizations in the Philippines. Now, admittedly, this is not really a topic that I am familiar with, but this also gives me a very good opportunity to learn. So we may begin if you're ready, Kevin.
Okay, Professor. Actually, my internet is, I think, not so stable. So yesterday I sent a video file to Professor Wu. I was hoping if it's okay if we just play that, and just in case the internet in my hotel right now just suddenly cuts off. So at least, is that okay, Professor Wu? If not, I can try.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Kevin, so you can try for the presentation. If it is not working, we will play for you, right? You want to play? So you want to present online or you want to try?
Yeah, sure, we can try. But if the video is there, I think maybe better.
Okay. So I'll play the video for you. Okay. So
Right, thank you very much. I apologize, everyone.
no problem. Yeah.
Thank you. I really do apologize that I'm unable to do this presentation live, as I'm currently in a quarantine facility with the internet not so cooperative. But to begin, I'd like to first thank Dr. Wu and Dr. Wang for inviting me to present part of my dissertation's findings during this moving toward net zero carbon society and the post-COVID-19 era challenges and opportunities international webinar. So for today, I will be discussing again, part of my dissertation. So it's entitled, at least for this presentation, The Importance of Capability Development for Innovation Intermediaries in Sustainable Agriculture. I'll be presenting cases of the rice and mango industry organizations in the Philippines. I know that my presentation is very far from what others have been presenting so far today and maybe later on today as well, but I still do hope that my presentation will help shed more light into what we can do during the post-COVID-19 era. So to begin, I'd like to first talk about sustainable agriculture. So what is sustainable agriculture? The University of California Sustainable Agriculture Research and Education Program defines sustainable agriculture as us producing food to meet the current society's needs without compromising the needs of the future generations. FAO, to be able to do this, puts out or sets forth 5 key principles for sustainable food and agriculture. First is increasing productivity, employment, and value creation. Second, protecting and enhancing natural resources. Third, improving livelihoods and inclusive growth. Fourth, enhancing resilience of people, communities, and ecosystems. And finally, fifth, adapting governance and policies. So part of meeting sustainable agriculture goals and its principles is for us to adopt new and sustainability-based technologies and practices. However, several countries, especially developing countries, have been experiencing difficulties in deploying these new technologies to farmers, to growers, and to other value chain actors. Nonetheless, there are ways to boost adoption. Recent studies, especially innovation research, show that innovation intermediaries, or what my study would claim as innovation enabling organizations, may be able to help or boost such activity. So what are these innovation intermediaries? These are, as Howells puts it, an organization or bodies that act as an agent or broker in any aspect of the innovation process. So between 2 or more parties. So these are organizations that usually are a catalyst for technological adoption and diffusion. And there are a lot of various types of organizations that may be considered innovation intermediaries. In agriculture, for example, common intermediary organizations or innovation enablers are public research institutes, farmer organizations or industry associations, government agencies, innovation centers, internet portals, and even NGOs. They offer a wide range of roles and services depending on what their partners would need. In agriculture, an often highlighted role of intermediaries is agricultural extension, which covers, of course, as we know, a very wide range of services and programs from technology diffusion, consultation, community organizing, funding support, training, management, etc., etc. One country that will really need to boost its reliance, I would say, and support for innovation intermediaries would be the Philippines, from where I'm from. So in Philippines, the agriculture has seen somewhat of a downward trend, and at the same time, in terms of employment, it's also been going down. Of course, this is not as surprising as other countries that are developing are also seeing current trends, similar trends. Nevertheless, there are still quite a huge, or quite like maybe about around a quarter of the population that still rely on agriculture as their source of income. And this becomes more important as the Philippine Statistics Office shows, where poverty incidence is highest for sectors that are involved in agriculture, such as farmers, fisherfolk, and even those individuals residing in rural areas. Although the trend has been decreasing from 2015 to 2018, these sectors still experience the highest poverty incidences. And for my study, like I mentioned, I focus on two specific industries. So one is the rice industry, which covers a more domestic-oriented market development, and the other is the mango industry, which tries to focus on a more export-oriented development. So why these two industries? What the issues surrounding them? So for rice, first is the imposition of tariffs and the removal of quantitative restriction. Now, this becomes a problem because currently our rice industry in the Philippines has been lagging in terms of production capabilities and even heightened costs. So compared to countries such as Thailand and Vietnam, the Philippines will produce rice maybe or close to double of what these other countries are able to, how much these other countries are able to produce their own rice. For the mango industry, though we are known for mangoes, I would say, we have been experiencing a very sharp decline in world market share, where the Philippines is actually not even in the top 10 anymore of the world. And two of the main reasons for this would be, first, pest infestation, where we're battling a very important pest right now that's fairly new. And second is very substandard compliance with international standards. So these are issues that hopefully innovation intermediaries may be able to address. But overall, despite them being a bit different, they still also, both industries rather, still have some common issues. First is lack of scale economies. And this is caused relatively by small-scale production capabilities. So most of the farmers are doing it in very, very small patches, very, very few number of trees. And so lack of scale economies is really a big problem. They're unable to scale their own, their own production. And the second or third rather would be low uptake of modern or mechanized technologies. Now that's also for rice and for the mango industry. Although we do have IRI and Phil Rice in the Philippines for the rice industry, in terms of more modernized technologies such as tractors and more bigger machineries, not a lot of farmers still use these. Of course, these are very expensive. Another issue that we have or we see in both industries is the significance and abundance of traders or middlemen who really try to lower prices from growers from the upper portions of the value chain. So many of these, I would say, are sustainability issues, systemic issues, and even innovation issues that innovation intermediaries, at least based on research, have been able to fulfill in other countries through, of course, proper and better role performance. Despite an abundance of agri-food innovation intermediaries in the Philippines, innovation in the sector has been quite slow. To be able to help these innovation intermediaries, I would posit that we also look into their key capabilities. So building these, research has shown, will help enable better role performance. So in the literature right now, two studies have tried to look into key capabilities specific to intermediaries. So from City Jacra, from NERD, and from myself, and from Go 2019, built upon City Jacra Entrepreneurs' original study, we find four main key capabilities: external networking, internal communication, knowledge building, and management capabilities. So building these will hopefully increase or better the role performance of innovation intermediaries. So for this study, leading to my research question. So what key capabilities are the most important for agri-food intermediary organizations? How do they develop these key capabilities? And finally, which of these key capabilities do intermediary organizations need to build a bit more? To answer these questions, I decided to employ a descriptive case study where my unit of analysis are organizations. Of course, these are part of what I've done for my own dissertation research. So I began by doing pilot interviews with experts, then gathered a lot of my data from semi-structured interviews and FGDs, and secondary desk research. As I've written there, almost all of these have been done online or over the phone, owing to the restrictive effects of COVID-19. So just to show you in a nutshell what my study would look like, it looks like this. So the intermediaries on the left side are for the rice industry. The ones on the right side are for the mango industry, with the three in the middle cutting between both types of industries rather. In total, I have about 18 organizations in the study, so 3 government agencies, 4 PRIs, 4 industry associations, 2 NGOs, 3 social media groups, and 2 private firms which act or perform some intermediary roles as well. So to discuss some of my findings, I'll go to my next few slides. Okay. So these are this is a snapshot of what I've found so far. So these are the emphasized key capabilities of my study. So more stars means more emphasis placed during the interviews and what I've found online, validated found online as well. So these are a bit more like thematically found or thematically constructed. Okay. So I would just highlight some of the more important ones, I would say. So we begin by first going with government agencies, where internal communication is extremely important for them, as these building these allows them to more properly relay information, relay needs, and relay instructions to local counterparts and to industry. So external networking, although not being built, is still necessary as well, for them to be able to get to talk to more industry players as well. But since they are the national government, most industry players know about them. Next, I'd like to focus on the PRIs, where external networking for them has been very, very important, because building these for them is more important because it allows them to be able to collaborate or conduct R&D collaboration, not just locally, but also internationally. Moreover, building their external networking capabilities allows them to create a reputation or a sense of trust in their work as well. It allows them to also share and spread and diffuse their new technologies. Next, I'd like to focus on the key capability, knowledge building capabilities of the public intermediaries. So knowledge building is very essential, especially for PRIs. And that's not as surprising, but one of the government agencies that really mentioned the importance of these key capability is ATI, because they are the extension arm of the government. So learning about and knowing and applying new technologies and new knowledge about certain crops is very, very important for them to be able to spread throughout their work and their constituency. Management capabilities, on the other hand, are not so much highlighted by the intermediaries. I would say this is more because government is very process and protocol based. So things are very done methodically. There is a method to doing the work that government does, and so the employees usually just need to really follow what needs to be done. Nevertheless, one fairly, I would say, fifth capability, and I'll try to argue more for this later on, and what's highlighted is human resource management. Traditionally, this has been spread out, I think, throughout the different capabilities, but more and more in my study would show, or I find in my study rather, that this is a very important capability that may need to be separated or need its own category. This is where governments or where these agencies actually try to argue how important their people are, how important having the right set of people and training these people and keeping them within their own agencies are. So I'll talk a bit more about that later on. So I'll move forward to the private industry. Again, it's a similar way. So more stars emphasized means more emphasis was placed during the interviews and validated through other sources of data. So I'll begin by looking at the industry associations and their circled red. No? So for industry associations, for most of them rather, external networking is very important to build partnerships and to create better or have a wider membership base. No? This is of course excluding one, MFA, which is actually a very small association of about 20 people. During the interview, they mentioned that they're not too open yet to expanding their network as they're trying to maximize what they can do on their own and what they can gain from each other for the time being. So at least that's for that. Next would be for knowledge building. So for industry associations, knowledge building is very important as it allows them to show others or their constituents or possible members and other organizations and industry that they are industry leaders, that they know what they're doing, that they're very capable, that they're the leaders of industry, that people or stakeholders or industry players must take part in what they're doing to be able to gain much more. No? So that's at least for the knowledge building capabilities of industry association. For NGOs, the network-related ones, although I did not encircle external networking, I will lump them together. So external networking and internal communication capabilities are very important to convey and contact their constituency, to also widen their membership, to also widen their sources of funding, their sources of projects, and their sources of services and programs that may be made available to their stakeholders. Excuse me, sorry. Next, I would like to focus on social media groups. So social media groups highlighted a lot their knowledge building capabilities, where they try to learn from one another and of course in managing the group as well. So in these social media groups, they have memberships in the thousands of people, mostly value chain actors as well, where they share, where they even post about issues or problems that they've been facing. At the same time, people will be answering a lot of the questions there, based on their own experience. So knowledge is very rich in that area. But one caveat to that is that we're not sure whether which knowledge actually is correct, which knowledge is best to be followed. So that's one caveat to social media groups. People aren't able to vet which ones are best to follow. And it's left to the poster or the inquirer which would be advice he or she follows. For private firms, much more emphasis was actually placed on networking and management to ensure that they're able just to hit their bottom lines. But at the same time, in terms of being an intermediary and doing a lot of their roles, it's fairly a mix. But what they highlighted the most, I would say, within the mix is proper management. And this goes also for all of the other intermediaries as well, where management capabilities were very much more emphasized compared to the public sector. And I would say that this is because the private sector may have greater leeway in how programs and services are managed, and thus these organizations will likely need to strengthen these capabilities more and more to be able to succeed. Although they also mentioned and highlighted in some way the human resource management part of it, it's not as highlighted not as highlighted compared to the public sector. Next, this is for me. I want to discuss, of course, the case for a fifth key capability. Like I mentioned a while ago and I showed a while ago, there are only 4 key capabilities from from previous literature, and I'd like to make a case for the 5th one. And this would be for me the human resource management portion of it. And this comes out and it shows itself when the organizations I interviewed discussed their staff development programs and how important that is, the different leadership styles and management that need to support all of the other capabilities in the organization itself, special characteristics and specializations of employees and managers that would really build and boost certain key capabilities. Including that, of course, is staff skills. Underlying these would be very different values and traits, and these are most especially mentioned by the PRIs, where passion for work, being socially oriented, or having a other-centered perspective in doing research, in doing their work is much more valuable for them. So I'd like to make a case for the 5th capability, and I'd like to further develop this, of course, in the coming months as I write my dissertation. Anyway, to discuss a bit further the findings, at least for this presentation. So far, I think my study supports several studies on PRIs and even previous studies on PRIs and farmer organizations on the importance of capability building to be able to really to be able to perform their roles much more. And what my study adds is also is the differences on emphasized key capabilities between public organizations and private organizations, where public organizations seem to focus on more human resource management. I would say this is because they need to draw in and keep talents that may be either poached or moved to private firms for larger pay. And another issue that public organizations have is, of course, inability to provide tenure. Not everyone can get tenure for public organization or public work. For private organizations, on the other hand, they have a larger focus on management and implementation capabilities, as a lot of the private organizations are more focused on service delivery. Thus, managing the organization is very, very vital. This includes, of course, finances, operations, and even delivery. Next would be another point I'd like to make is network building and sustainability varies by organization type. So giving or highlighting these varies depending on what the organization is really looking for. And I would say that maybe management capabilities are more vital or more vitally or need to be built more to be able to properly do or provide for the other key capabilities as well. And I would like to highlight here the case of AgriCo-PH, one of the NGOs, where one of the managers in exercising their management capability hire what they would call a knowledge management officer who would manage the knowledge, the built knowledge, and make them and move tacit knowledge to a more coded type of knowledge and this person is also the one handling all the emails or most of the emails and externals and like social media pages of the NGO. So it works and plays on a lot of the different capabilities as well, and even makes a case for the fifth capability where certain human resource is very, very important. But this, of course, is only made highlighted more because of the management capability of the organization. So, finally, I'd like to go to relatively my last slide. So some implications and conclusions. So I feel that organizations that require revenue, and that my study would show, hopefully shows, is that for organizations that require revenue for sustainable work, they need to focus on building management and human resource capabilities. Other studies have shown that simply providing resources such as funding, capital is not enough. And studies like on farmer organizations and other type of MSMEs show that giving just these funding capital inputs will not make these organizations sustainable. And we still really need to build their management and human resource capabilities. In line with that, we may need to further support organizations that have programs to develop intermediary key capabilities. And some of the organizations are also part of my study, such as AgriCo-PH, ATI, or DOST-IDDI. Third implication I'd like to make is that for sustainable agricultural development policies, we may need to incorporate the building of these capabilities for farmer organizations. Like I mentioned a while ago, and going back to the principles, we need to enhance these organizations. We need to enhance these value chain actors and not just give them the inputs or capital needed to be able to produce more. And going to that, linked to that, is I think one sustainable or possible sustainable agricultural development program, at least in the Philippines, would be for the government to possibly subsidize professionals, or if not government, private sector to subsidize professionals or managers to serve as staff or management for agricultural organizations and associations, more professionally, similar to, I would say, one program of the Department of Health from the Philippines, like the Doctor to the Barrios program, where they send doctors to far-flung areas. We can send professional managers to agricultural organizations in different provinces of the Philippines to be able to serve and properly manage these organizations and build the business from there. So that's it. I would like to end my presentation from here. Thank you very much for listening. If there are any questions, comments, I would be more than happy to take them. I will be here in the Zoom meeting. Fortunately, I don't think I can turn on my camera. I do hope, not the Zoom meeting, the WebEx meeting rather, I do hope that I'll be able to answer your questions as well in comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin, are you still with us?
Yes, Professor, I'm still here. I hope it's okay. I just don't turn on the camera.
If you could.
I'll try. Okay. Okay, we can try.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your excellent, fascinating presentation. I really learned a lot. And if I may, I do have a dumb question.
No, go ahead, Professor.
Of all these innovation intermediaries that you mentioned, and which one of them is most important?
Okay. Which of them are the most important?
Yes.
Okay. At least for the two cases or the two industries I'm studying, I can't say that there is one that's more important than the other. All of them will be essential, I would say, for innovation to occur within the entire industry because both public and private organizations have their own key roles to perform. But I think one that has to be further strengthened would be the private associations or private actors, because currently there's not much, I would say, innovation or diffusion coming from that side. So government is really carrying a lot of the weight, at least from what I can see or what I can assess. But building on the capabilities of the private organizations will really help. I do apologize for coughing. I guess you guys can guess why, but yeah, but that
Sure.
would be my answer.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you so much, Kevin.
Thank you.
Yes, so I think it is time for our second young scholar to do the presentation. So Ms. Sakiko Hataya, who is a research fellow of Ocean Policy Research Institute of Sakagawa Peace Foundation in Japan. Now, I understand that her presentation is also pre-recorded. But is Ms. Sakiko Hataya now with us?
Yeah, unfortunately, she is actually in the business abroad, so she's unavailable.
Oh, okay, she's absent. Okay, so okay, so let us just now play the recording. Please. Yes, and the topic of her presentation is the climate impacts of black carbon and methane emissions in the Arctic and current frameworks for prevention. Very important indeed. So please, shall we start the presentation?
Oh, good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here today. And I'm unfortunately not able to participate in the Moving Towards Net Zero Society webinar online. But I'd like to express my deepest respect for the dedication of the organizer of this webinar. I'm Sakiko Ataya, a research fellow, Ocean Policy Research Institute at Sasakawa Peace Foundation. And the title of the presentation today is The Climate Impact of the Black Carbon and Methane Emissions in the Arctic and Current Framework for the Prevention. And in my presentation, I'd like to explain you about brief history of the Arctic Council and its Secretariat. And also, I a little bit want to mention about main function and actual function of the Arctic Council Secretariat. Also, I will explain about basic information of the black carbon and methane that cause Arctic warming, and also would like to mention about recent adopted the Arctic Council's framework for the action on the black carbon and methane and its implementations. Now let me begin my presentations. So this is the basic information of the Arctic Council. The Arctic Council is the leading intergovernmental forum without legal personality, and it is promoting cooperation, coordination, and interaction among the Arctic states, including Canada, the Kingdom of Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, the Russian Federation, and also Sweden and United States. And also the Arctic indigenous people and other Arctic inhabitants on common Arctic issue participate to the Arctic Council, and they discuss particular issues on sustainable development and environmental protection in the Arctic. It was formally established in 1996 by adopting Ottawa Declaration, which is not legally binding document. Arctic Council is a forum, and it has no programming budget. All projects or initiatives are sponsored by one or more Arctic countries. Some projects also receive support from the other entities. The Arctic Council does not and cannot implement or enforce its guidelines, assessment, or recommendations. That responsibility belongs to individual Arctic states or international bodies. The Arctic Council's mandates, as articulated in the Ottawa Declarations, explicitly exclude the military security. So this is the structure of the Arctic Council, we call AC. In the top of the hierarchy, ministers from the member states and senior Arctic officials, SAOs, which are high-level representatives from the 8 Arctic member nations. Also, there are working groups and Arctic Council's assessment in the bottom. Between the senior Arctic officials and working group, at the Nuuk ministerial meeting May 2011, Arctic minister decided to establish the Standing Arctic Council Secretariat in Tromsø, Norway. And the Standing Secretariat became operational 1st June 2013. Until 2013, the Arctic Council did not have standing secretariat, and in the past, the location of the secretariat was rotated within chairmanship of the Arctic Council. So this is the historical background of the Arctic Council. The idea of establishing the Arctic Council was first mentioned by Canadian Prime Minister in 1989, and they wanted to establish the international organizations which focus on economic, cultural, and social aspects. For the establishment of the new international organization in the Arctic, the draft of the Arctic Treaty called Arctic Regional Council was prepared by the Canadian international lawyer Donald Farrand. In the draft of the Arctic Treaty, there was a provisional of the Secretariat in the draft of the treaty, and it said the Secretariat shall be located on the territory of one of the founding members, and also shall be administrative officer of the Arctic Council, and so on. It is interesting that the structure of the Secretariat in the draft of the treaty is similar to the current Secretariat in the Arctic Council. But since United States opposed to establishing the Arctic Council as an international organization, the Arctic Council was established as a high-level forum without legal personality, with small secretariat, which was established by interested states on voluntary basis to support the group's work, and each rotating chair nation accepts the responsibility for maintaining the secretariat. However, after 10 years of the establishment of the council, change has been seen. The Norway insisted that Arctic Council should have a permanent secretariat from the beginning of the AC establishment because Norway thought 2 years period is too short for many of the larger projects of the Council. Quite early in the preparation for its chairmanship, Norway therefore invited Denmark and Sweden to cooperate for 6-year consecutive Norwegian, Danish, Swedish chairmanship period. To create the joint Scandinavian chairmanship period would secure a long-term perspective for the plan they had before the chairmanship. During the joint chairmanship period, they decided to establish the secretariat in Tromsø for 6 years. The delegation from Norway made a speech at the 6th ministerial meeting of the Arctic Council, and they said they hoped that Secretariat will have proven its value by then, and that it will continue in Tromsø on permanent basis. And finally, in Nuuk's declaration in 2011, the permanent Secretariat was decided to be established to strengthen their capacity of the Arctic Council to respond to the challenge and opportunity facing the Arctic. So in this slide, I would like to explain about the legal status of the Secretariat briefly. To establish the Secretariat in Tromsø, the host country agreement was signed between the Arctic Council and Norway. The agreement does not grant the Secretariat any international legal personality or powers. The agreement seems that Norway grants the Secretariat legal personality and certain specified power under Norwegian law, but does not say anything about international law. If we see the specific article, especially Article 2, the Secretariat has a legal personality and capacity to perform its function in Norway. It has, in particular, the capacity to contract, to acquire, dispose of the movable and immovable property, and to initiate and be a party to legal proceedings. So it seems that Secretariat have a legal personality under the Norwegian domestic law only. Also, the Secretariat enjoyed immunity under the Article 6. Even though the Secretariat have a legal personality under the Norwegian domestic law within the mandate, it seems that it does external communication with international organizations. And I will show you the example afterwards in later slides. In this slide, I would like to show you about the main function of the Arctic Council Secretariat. According to the terms of the reference of the Arctic Council Secretariat, there are 3 aims: the administrative and organizational support, and also communication and outreach, and also to facilitate the participation of the indigenous people. First, it's about administrative and organizational support. It includes the 5 contents, such as arranging and servicing meetings as required, transmitting the report to and from Arctic states, and also assisting the chair in drafting the meeting documents, including final reports, and so on. Second, communication and outreach includes operating the Arctic Council website and also facilitating and improving the quality and ability of the information on the Arctic Council and so on. Also, Arctic Council Secretariat facilitates the participation of indigenous peoples organizations. So in this slide, I briefly would like to explain about black carbon and methane and its effect to the global Arctic warming. Since the Arctic is warming faster than the other regions of the globe, leading to fundamental change to the environment and human living conditions in both Arctic and around the world. Black carbon and methane are short-lived climate pollutants that are contributing to atmospheric warming. In addition, black carbon that falls on snow and ice accelerate the melting of this reflective surface. Arctic states are uniquely positioned to slow Arctic warming caused by emission of the black carbon. Despite generating just 10% of the black carbon emissions, the Arctic states are responsible for 30% of the black carbon's warming effect in the Arctic. Action by non-Arctic states is also important, as black carbon emission can be transported large distances from their resources to the Arctic regions. Methane is well-mixed greenhouse gas, so reducing global source will benefit the Arctic. It exerts a much stronger warming on the atmospheric than CO2, but has a much shorter lifetime in the atmospheric, 12 years compared to 100 years. Therefore, reduction in methane, whether from Arctic or non-Arctic states, can mitigate near-term warming of the Arctic. Promoted by the climate impacts of black carbon and methane emissions, the Minister of the Arctic Council adopted the document called Enhanced Black Carbon and Methane Emissions Reductions, an Arctic Council Framework for Action in April 2015. In the framework, they are mentioned that Arctic states committed to take leadership based on Arctic Council's framework by further reduction black carbon and methane emission in their country, and by working with Arctic Council observer states. And also they decided to take enhanced ambitions, national and collective action to accelerate the decline in their overall black carbon emissions and to significantly reduce their overall methane emissions. Also, Arctic states decided to submit national report on countries' existing and planned action to reduce black carbon and methane. To help implement these commitments, the framework established the expert group on black carbon and methane. The expert group was tasked with the development summary of the progress and recommendation based on the national reports and other relevant information. These reports are submitted through the senior Arctic official to minister at the Arctic Council ministerial meetings. In developing recommendation for its summary report, the expert group sought to identify a focused menu of primary action from which Arctic states could select based on their national circumstances in recognizing the need for economic development of Arctic communities. In this slide, I'd like to explain about framework document for action on black carbon and methane. Because according to the annual report, the Secretariat also provides the substantial support to the work of the expert group on black carbon and methane. As I explained in the previous slides, black carbon and methane emitted within and beyond the border of the Arctic states have a substantial impact on the Arctic, and that their reduction lead to near-term climate, health, economic benefits in the Arctic. Also, reduction of the black carbon contributes to global efforts to limit the increase in the global average temperature to below 2 Celsius degree above pre-industrial levels. So Arctic states committed to take leadership based on the Arctic Council's framework by further reducing the overall black carbon and methane emission by working with Arctic Council observer states and others to reduce emission to produce beyond the border of the Arctic states. Each Arctic state and observer states commit to submit a national report to the Arctic Council Secretariat for reducing emission to measure their collective progress and jointly identify conclusions and recommendations. According to the guidelines, Arctic Council Secretariat will make a national report publicly available. In detail, each Arctic state and participating Arctic Council observer states should submit the national report including 6 points. And I listed in the slide, and it includes such a summary of the current black carbon emission in available further projections, and also summary of current methane emission to UNFCCC, and so on. All of the effort into further continuous improvement for climate and health in the Arctic. So this framework is very important to Arctic environment and also to environment of the world. What I want to highlight here is that Arctic Council Secretariat hold a very important role for the framework itself. And next slide, I would like to show you actual contribution of the Arctic Council regarding black carbon and methane context. As I said before, under the framework document, each Arctic state commits to submitting a national report to the Secretariat. Since this framework is important for avoiding fundamental changes to the environment and human living conditions in both the Arctic and around the world, also there is no organs which can be replacement for Arctic Council Secretariat to support the framework. I think Secretariat played a huge role within their mandate. Also, if we look at in practice, which is not written in the framework document, in their mandate, the director of the Arctic Council Secretariat attended the UN Climate Change Conference, COP21, and moderated the event focusing on black carbon and methane. It means that Arctic Council Secretariat dispatched of the information about black carbon and methane in international meetings, since the black carbon issue was not discussed very much international stage at the time, and also even at the Paris Agreement, there are no mention about it. So this external activity of the Arctic Council Secretariat was very important to spread the information about black carbon and methane to the world from the Arctic. So this is conclusion on my presentations. So Arctic Council has been changing incrementally through establishing the permanent secretariat. But at the same time, the Council still lacks the foundation and does not hold a legal personality and remain as a forum. Also, I mentioned about black carbon and methane, and they have a huge impact on the Arctic, and so the new framework was adopted to reduce them. The new standing secretariat actually supports the function of the Arctic Council through implementing the framework. We need to continue the research about those changes of the function of the Arctic Council through the examining its power and the foundation and actual functions. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you for Ms. Sakaiko Hataya's presentation, although she's not here. And since Ms. Sakaiko is absent, I do not think that it is appropriate to ask any questions or give any comments. And as such, I'll just simply pass the floor to the next session, which is the general discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gao, for your very kind coordinations. I believe that the discussion between the young scholars and this forum will move all together toward net zero society, academic and interaction. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Gauss.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the last but not least. The general discussion session was actually designed for some wrap-up discussion. Today is a very great and then comprehensive international webinar, gathered the frontier scholars from all over the world. And at last, we also want to have more discussions. And we had a great pleasure to invite the Taiwan ICDF, the Taiwan International Cooperation Development Fund, to present us a very practical cases. So I'm not sure whether the Ms. Chen, are you with us?
Hi.
Yes, great. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Huang and Professor Shi. It is really my pleasure and also my organization's pleasure to be here for this webinar. On behalf of Taiwan ICDF, yes, just like the Dr. Huang says, it is very practical case study, and that is our experience in promoting green energy project in Myanmar. So shall we start our presentation?
Yes, thank you. We realize that you have prepared the slides and also the video. So now the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you.
Great, we can see your slides. Yes.
Okay, so you can hear my voice?
Exactly, very clear.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm I'm Li Jun Chen from the Taiwan ICDF. Today, let me just give you a brief introduction of my organization before I share with you the case study. Next slide. Thank you. Please, next. Okay. This slide is the historical background of the Taiwan ICDF. The Taiwan ICDF is an organization. It's 100% government funded and the largest foreign aid agency in Taiwan. We, as the member of Overseas Technical Mission increased, the government merged the specific and the entity and established my organization in 1996. And our main objective is to support the overall development of our partner countries. Many follow 4 strategies. First one is drawing the Taiwan's comparative advantage. The second is responding to partner countries' needs. The third one is integrating public and private sector resources. And the fourth is strengthening cooperation relationships. Next. Thank you. Also, we select agriculture, environmental, public health, education, ICT, and MSME, micro, small, and medium enterprise as our priority. Next. Our main objective is, current we have almost 100 ongoing projects in 38 countries, 23 resident technical mission, and also 250 professional field. And we call our project in line with sustainable development goals. And our assistance is provided in 4 ways: technical cooperation, education and training, lending and investment, as well as humanitarian assistance. Next. So now let me start today's case study or case sharing of the solar PV mini-grid system for lighting in Myanmar rural areas. Next. First, what is the challenge in Myanmar, especially when it turns to electrification? Actually, Myanmar has one of the lowest electrification rates in Asia, and more than 2/3 villages in rural have no access to a modern form of electricity. Many of them actually live without a prospect of being connected to the main national utility grid, even in the next 5 to 10 years. So what is the possible solution? That is the project that I would like to share with you. The Taiwan ICDF designed and implemented a pilot project using renewable energy resources to increase accessibility of electricity through investment for installing off-grid solar PV mini-grid system and light appliance, as well as the technical assistance to strengthen the capacity of rural communities. Next. In terms of the project component, basically we have 2 main components. Component 1 is hardware. We designed and installed 3 solar PV systems for 5 villages in 2 sites. As to the technical assistance, the software, we conduct preliminary verification and modification of power station operating models, and carry the to help them in capacity building for the community to operate and maintain the system, and as well as the training the village committed in tariff collection. Finally, we propose the feasible business model for the Myanmar government. Next. First, let us see the site selection. Our project team identified several villages from the list provided by the government of Myanmar, and they carry out field visits to conduct fact-finding and data gathering work. Here you can see the satellite image of two sites of our project. The image on the right-hand side shows 4 villages of around 500 households in Sakai region. On the left-hand side is 1 village of 128 households in Magui region. The 2 regions are in the northwest of the Myanmar, or we can say in the dry zone of Myanmar. From a technical point of view, the average irradiation in 2 sites is suitable for developing PV-based power applications. Next, please. This slide, here you can see the corresponding grid distribution maps of these 5 villages. The radar, we have 3 radars where the power station are installed. Next, please. As to the software, the so-called technical assistance, in order to make sure that the power system can be well operated. So the committee is structured according to the organization chart, as you see in the slides, that is provided by our team. The committee is organized by the villagers and include, you can see we have 2 working groups. One is technical maintenance and another one is operation management. The former is in charge, for example, the equipment, daily operation, household power check, system component replacement, and the latter is responsible for house tariff calculation and collection, fund account management, and education. And on the right-hand side, you can also see the functions of the committee. Next. Regarding the education and the training, in order to let the village have sufficient operation and maintenance capacity, our team encouraged the local village to actively participate in hardware construction of better understanding the composition of the system. In addition, to allow them, the management committee and the villagers having more understanding, our team also hosted several training sections with different things at these 2 sites. Next, please. Another course is mainly focused on financial management to the members of the management committee. The contents of the course including the introduction of the duty tax to the committee, electricity tariff charging mechanism, tariff income and expenditure table, and making household tariff collection records. Next, please. Now, I would like to share with you the video we made for the project. It is about around 5 minutes.
Bodigon village in the Sagaing region of Myanmar is 20 hours by drive from Yangon. The journey crosses mountains, with rivers to be crossed during the rainy season, and everything pitch black when night falls. It is one of the most remote villages. Even though Myanmar is developing fast following the opening of the country, the construction of a national electrical grid is a slow process, and remote villages would have to wait 5 to 10 years to have electricity.
ကျွန်တော်တို့ကြီးရနေပြည်သူလူထုတွေကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဖြောင်းနိုင်ပြီးတတိုင်းကို100နှုန်းနဲ့တညကိုကျွန်တော်တို့3-4တိုင်းလောက်ဆိုတော့900လောက်တော့ကုန်ကျမှုရှိခဲ့တယ်ပေါ့ဗျာအခုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကြီးရနေပြည်သူလူထုတွေကတော့
Perhaps adults can tolerate a lack of electricity, but children need to study. Therefore, for more than a year, the Taiwan ICDF and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Taiwan have funded a project in Myanmar that is intended to solve the problem of lighting at night in remote villages, to give the children a better study environment.
大家都知道，台湾在太阳能发电部分呢是有目共睹的。我们跟缅甸政府多次的讨论，后来选定了若干的村庄，来推动电力太阳能发电这个先锋计划。
In the project team, staff from the Industrial Technology Research Institute, who served as consultants, used their extensive experience in solar power development to design a complete operating model for the remote villages.
那为了使这个计划能够永续的发展，那我们在前期阶段，进行了现场系统的一个评估与初步的规划设计。那在建制阶段呢，我们协助施工厂商进行系统的一个安装。那在营运阶段，我们则在这个村庄建构电力管理委员会以及技术的一个培训，希望呢这个系统呢计划我们可以长久的运行下去。
The Taiwanese supplier responsible for installation, Pino Technologies, put in every effort and worked meticulously, paying attention to every detail in pursuit of perfection.
因为案子分处在缅甸中部以及偏北部地区，所以在设备运送过程遇到很多道路状况，例如从货柜转运到大卡车，到了乡下后又必须分装到小货车上，跋山涉水，最终才能顺利的把货物运送到村庄。在安装的过程中，我们也必须配合村民的投入参与。我很高兴这个案子最终能够顺利的完成。当看到灯光亮起的刹那，村民们欢欣的表情，带着感激的态度对我们道谢时，我觉得这个案子非常值得。
台湾နိုင်ငံနဲ့ ICDI ရဲ့ impression ကတော့တော်တော်လေးလဲကောင်းပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့နိုင်ငံပေါ်မှာရောစေတနာထားပြီးတော့လောက်ကိုင်ပေးတဲ့အဖွဲ့နောက်ပြီးသုံးတဲ့ပစ္စည်းပေါ်မှာလည်းတကယ်အရေးသွေးကောင်းတဲ့ပစ္စည်းတွေပေါ်သုံးတဲ့ဆို impression တော်တော်လေးကောင်းပါတယ်
Next page, thank you. Yes, I believe that video can make you a concrete idea about our project. So now I would like to conclude the outcome of our project. The stable electricity of lighting actually had offered to 560 households. The temple, not only for household, it also including the temples, the streets, and the schools within 5 villages, having the positive impact on life's change in environmental, social, health, and even the economy, respectively. As for the environment, of course, it reduced the CO2 emitted from burning fossil fuel for lighting, as to the health aspect, it reduces home air pollution and avoid illness, and as well as hazards association with candle and the kerosene lamp. For the social aspect, it increased the study hour for children and the activity within family and the communities. Last, as to the economy, it increased the income generating activity and also reduce the cost on lighting or on the candles and the kerosene. Next. This slides I illustrate this slide to let you know the roles and the responsibilities for each stakeholders, including the investor, the Taiwan ICDF, the government, and the villagers. That is the lesson learned, we learned from our experience to carry out that kind of project. The villagers' participation is the key factor in promoting such projects. At the same time, of course, the government is also important to the successful implementation. Next one. Here, let me share with you the photo we took on the first night of the system trial operation as the end. We are great so far. The system is still running and the business model is still working. It's still workable. The local people nowadays already have the capabilities to maintain the system and management the fund by themselves. Next. Yes, that's all my presentation, and thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Division Chief Chen, for your very comprehensive and then impressive, and also maybe we can say this a very touching presentation. Actually, as a moderator, before I open the floor, I have some quick questions like to further understand the project. First of all, actually, in the UN SDGs Sustainable Development Goals, it is the first time that the SDG 7, the affordable clean energy, was the first time to be included in the SDGs. So the energy and then clean energy, and of course, it has a great impact for emission reduction is very important. So my questions are, first of all, actually, I was very surprised to see that because we know that earlier this year that Myanmar had a coup, so with a very political instability. Was your project for smart grid has any difficulty due to the political instability? And then what was the difficult and how it operates now? And second is that, well, since we belong to the Ocean Policy Research Institute, we would like to, and many remote islands, we call it small island developing states, SIDs, seats. They are also very remote, and then they suffer with a very high electricity energy costs and prices. So do you think that this kind of solar project could be brought to some remote islands, and what will be the difficulties? Thank you.
Okay. Yes. As to the first question, yes, it's really unfortunately because just early this year we do heard about our local partner, because when we have that project in Myanmar, we cooperated with the local partner. He just shared his terrible experience in his hometown, because the army or the military, they just shoot anybody just on the street. But fortunately, he is fine. Because why we will know that that power station is still workable, because that person, I mean the local partner, sometimes he will receive the villagers passed some number or the figures about the information about the power station to him. So he will share with us to let us know that, for example, sometimes they will have some, I mean, the panel will have some problem, for example, the broken. But now they do have the ability, they replace their panel by themselves because our team, we do prepare some spare parts for them. And also the tariff collection now as, I mean, management while even they use we can say that is a revolving funds. They even use that revolving funds to how to say that to lend the micro loan to the villages indeed in need. So we're really very happy because since the station, I mean, completed so far, it's almost 4 years. So we are really great that to know that the I can share you a story. I have been there 3 times. When the second and the third time to visit that village, a woman, a very old woman, it's just like your grandma. She always came to me and just hold my hand. He cannot speak English and I cannot speak the local language, but from his eye, I know that he would like to say thank you. So I just myself, I'm also maybe that is the case or the project in Taiwan ICDF. I like it, and I really feel that it's my pleasure or my honors to have that experience in that village. Yeah. As to the second question, yes, I think of grid renewable energy is it can be duplicated such experience into the especially the small island. But I think that from the technical point of view, we will have another factor we have to consider. For example, maybe they will not have earthquake, but maybe they will have some problems that from the sea, or they will also have some problem is how they get the equipment when they have to replace them. So I think that is depends on. So I just like my presentation. Before we carry out such projects, we have to carry out the fact-finding mission. That is not including the technical aspects. It includes the social, the environmental, and even the culture. Because, for example, in Myanmar, they have how to say that they in their village, the temple, they will have a leaderships in temple. So the leaderships of the temple, they will encourage the villages just to participate in our project. Even when our power station commissioning, I mean, we start the operation of our power station on that day, the first night. They celebrate for that because they think that that is a different or a really milestone for their village because they know that with our project or the project or the lighting really can help their villagers to make the parents make more money, to make the children they have more time, like the school, the teacher in the school, they have more time to teach the students, because they the education really can change their life. As I know, in that village, I mean, it's almost 2,000 people there. They only have one girls that that graduated from the university. So I think that because that girls, she told I mean she find our teams to express her gratitude, her thanks to our team, because they think she says that maybe her village or her hometown will have more children can get more higher education just like her. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for your sharing, and that is really in-depth findings. And then while through this very practical project, we realized that the project, the smart grid and then solar power, they just bring light, but also have a strong capacity building for the local people to learn how to the maintenance and also to be sustainable. So that it's not just giving fish, but also teach how to fish.
Yes,
so
you are
really,
right.
really appreciate the wonderful sharing, and then this real practice for toward net zero society. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I now open the floor due to the time limitation. Maybe if there's any questions toward the holder or toward Ms. Chen about this project. Okay, well, as one of the co-organizer, my name is Michael Huang, the research fellow of the Ocean Policy Research Institute of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. I'm very happy that this international webinar has been so fruitful discussion, and now we show that the research outcome has been the cutting edge, and then there are more discussion to be brought. And I would also like to remind that this is not the end, because the organizations, we will have an ambitious plan to make this the outcome and then the presentation of this webinar to become a monograph to be published with under prestigious publisher. So the details of the call for paper, call for contribution will be released soon. And we really thank you for all the audience, Lord Ward, including the Virtual Asia Academy. And I would like to express our gratitude to all the co-organizers of our National University of Kaohsiung and then the Innovation and Development Center of Sustainable Agriculture of Chongqing University. So again, we thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much.
I would like to pass the ending to the Dean and Professor Wu Xinghao. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Chief Director of Chen from Taiwan ICDF for sharing this such inspiration and touching story of the case studies that moving to a net zero society is not just developed countries, but also hand by hands. I think the developed countries could help for those developing countries to achieve the goal. And of course, I would like to say that it is a very inclusive of SDGs implementations for the case sharing from Ms. Chen. Actually, we were held another event on Saturday and Sunday. We're holding the SDG innovation concept competitions. As also all the audience online from Asia Virtual Academy partner universities. This year we have 13 representative teams representing 6 universities among 5 countries. So I think this is for this conference. I would just conveying the concept of educators for inclusive of SDGs in curriculum and our university governors. Actually, Taiwan is not the member of United Nations, but we are making our efforts to achieving SDGs and in compliance of international rules. Even for the net zero society concept, I think Taiwan will do our best to share our experience, just like Ms. Chen just sharing that we have a rich experience in developing solar powers, and we could help with other countries or sharing our experience. Okay, I think thank you very much for all the guests, the moderators, support for participating in this meaningful event. Actually, this is the fourth time of our series lectures and series conference since 2014, and I think there would be the second times we collaborate with OPRI of Sasakawa Peace Foundation. Thank you very much for your long-standing support. And this is the first time we cooperate with the Chongqing universities, and hopefully that won't be the last time. And of course, the ICDF, if they in futures, I think this we could have more partnership opportunity between the universities and ICDF for working on the voluntary programs overseas. Once again, on behalf of the organizing committees, I wish you all happy and safe and healthy during these difficult times, and hope to see you in the near future. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think I would just call the wrap up for the whole conference. Thank you very much again, and hope to see you again in the future. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you,
Bye.
Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.